So, at first when I loaded into this, I thought all these red flowers were blood. They're just red flowers. You watched Drongo with his big business Blongo video, so shrug. Yeah. I've seen big business Blongo. The same thing applies. Same situation. So yesterday, I completely took this raid for granted. I took it for granted because Black Swamp Pact showed up. One person attacked. It was Banastra, and Banastra was an ice mage. So poor Karen got killed by a frost ray to the torso. Killed her. Experiment isn't dead. Didn't die, but did take an ice shard to the brain, which led to some scarring, and now his brain works only at 70% efficiency. So I was going to try and capture the Ice Mage, so I could try to recruit them instead since they killed Karen. But the Ice Mage did a thing and basically collected what looked like was what looked like. Let me start over. What it looked like was happening was that he was gathering essence from the air, kind of like he was trying to make a spirit bomb. And then he died, and at the same time, a meteor shower just like fell out of the sky and just pounded poor Experiment. And it probably would have killed him had he not had an herbal elixir going on. Also, Terror, I don't really know what that was from either. But so he was hit by Terror, and a meteor storm just like, I don't know, just like pew 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 pew. And yeah, see what happened over here? Everything's all blown up because of meteors. So I'm not really sure what's gonna happen now, because Karen is dead and Experiment is only has 70% of a brain. And I don't know if we can cure it with magic or anything. So Experiment is actually an apothecary, which I'm not sure if that is a magic class, like a physical class, or anything in particular. Like maybe it's just a profession? I'm not 100% sure. Thanks so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. We have 2 bodies, 70% of a brain in a dream. We only have 1 body. Karen's dead. Hi, Zion. Hello. Hello, hello. And thanks again for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a fantastic day. So, yeah, I don't really know if this colony is gonna last. Is it a dead body, not a body? Is a dead body not a body? I mean, I guess they are both bodies. I don't think I can do anything with them. I don't think so. So, being an apothecary... He's trained in the preparation of medicines, balms, tinctures, and drugs. His profession exhibits strict discipline and dedication, and he has learned to apply his discipline to more generic physical skills. With training, he can become capable in many combat techniques to augment his skill in herbs. So that doesn't really suggest that he'll be able to heal incurable conditions. So I'm going to move forward under the assumption that we only can cure this with a healer mech serum or luciferium. And we don't have biotech either. And I think we might be able to cure that with biotech technology, but I don't know for certain. So now we have 2 dead people and, you know, stuff to build. Also, while Karen was alive, she was going around and she was collecting berries. She didn't haul any of them back. Really hard to see. But out on the map, we have 907 berries that have been harvested. Just nobody's picked them up. So, yay! Food that we don't have. So, pretty much, maybe we should have a special celebration. We should do the Mage Fair opportunity. Was she a harvester, not a hauler? No, so she was a hauler too. I do have some mods installed that were supposed to help with hauling, but they don't really seem to work. And it could be that maybe there's a mod conflict. Yeah, while you're up, pick up and haul. Hauling on the way to a job is a vanilla feature, hence generally compatible with all mods. It didn't used to be a vanilla feature. I think this was incorporated at some point, but pathfind once after search. I don't even know what this means. Ooh, numbers. I don't know. A pawn will find the closest resource, which is sometimes awaiting delivery to storage near a job site. By doing that first, our pawn can grab extras. Yes? Advanced settings? I have no idea how to even set this up. Why, Emmy? Why? I don't know why she started doing this. She just like barks randomly now, and it's really spooky. Like, she has a loud bark. Why not? Ruff. I'm just making sure my voice still works. Okay, we're good. Default settings with the mob works pretty well. Yeah, it should, right? Except notice how nothing's been hauled. There's stuff everywhere. And she's definitely like walked past all this stuff plenty of times in order to like harvest it. Probably here's something we can't. She's been doing it a lot though. Like a lot, multiple times per day. And it's usually just one bark. They have to have a job near the items. Yeah, I mean, she was harvesting. That was the job. Nothing is getting hauled. And that's not the only thing though. Like, so before these two mods were integrated into one, while you're up, if I remember correctly, made it so that if a pawn was walking by stuff and it had to be hauled, they would just pick it up. Like, while you're passing by. And pick up and haul was like, oh, you have a job that you're going to? Take this extra stuff with you. But so I noticed in this run and the last one that like there's 900 things around the map that nobody's hauled, and like that shouldn't be the case. Pick up and haul is optional but will be enhanced if installed. Do I not have it? Yeah, I mean, I understand that, but I just don't really want her to do that. It scares the heck out of me. Please haul perishables. I think I uninstalled Pickup and Haul because while you're up / Pickup and Haul suggests that it's like been combined into one mod together. Like, why would you need to have Pickup and Haul with a mod that's called Pickup and Haul Plus? Ugh. Much of this mod is improving pickup and haul, which is optional and installed separately. If you already have it, you want this mod too. Okie dokie. I'll try that and see if it works. Pick up and haul. Okay, if possible, call in a second haul will haul into their inventory. Pick up. Wait, colonists that can haul will haul stuff to the inventory. Pick up one more item to haul a stockpile. What is the sentence? If possible, colonists that can haul will haul stuff to the inventory and pick up one more item to haul to a stockpile and then unload their inventory. Colonists that have traveled far to haul something will look farther to haul other items. Distance is dynamic thanks to Alex TD. They will also unload themselves at semi-regular intervals if their inventory contains multiple items, when their inventory has reached a certain mass limit, when they haul something else to a stockpile, or while they're idle. Okay, so this might help. Hi, Masani. Hello, how are you? Maybe she's developed Tourette's. I don't think so. I think she's just barking at stuff. But I don't like that her default is just bark. Ooh, she does it so many times per day, and it's really jarring on my nerves. Like, it definitely... I don't know, it bugs me. She's keeping me on my toes. She's giving me anxiety. Hi, Weezer. It's good to see you. Hello, hello. They're chilling and possibly playing some Crusader Kings later. Ooh, Crusader Kings. That sounds like fun. Give her a low, annoyed growl when she does it. I don't think that would have any effect. I think she'd probably just tilt her head at me and be like, are we playing? Yeah, I don't think she's that kind of animal. I don't think so. So this isn't gonna help us now, but maybe it will help in the future. Load anyway. Also, I said if I was gonna play this again, I would make a mod list, which apparently was a lie, because I didn't make a mod list. The not fun is waking up at 5:45 tomorrow morning for work travel. That is not fun. Jess growls at Emmy. Emmy, why is she speaking dog Spanish? She'd just be like, are we playing? Obviously we're playing. Okay, well I'm just gonna jump on you now. Alright, so... this is life now. Experiment. Alone again. With enough work for 3 colonists. And still no light. We can probably install a light now. I was avoiding it because it was super duper cold. Warm. Super warm. I did build the space on top of a geothermal vent. So, in the summer it was maybe just a bit too warm. Just a little bit. Cats will respond to your eyes. Maybe some cats. You meow back at your cat. Sometimes he looks at you with surprise. If I meow back at my cat, he'll just meow back at me, and we'll just meow back and forth with each other. He doesn't really care too much about your eyes. He does, however, respond to the word food. More than anything, if you say food to him, he's like, what? What'd you say? I'll show you where the kitchen is. Come on, this way. This way, human. Come on, this way. And then if you fill up his bowl, he's like, okay, human, come on this way. I'll show you where I eat. It's over here. Where you take me every day, but I'm gonna take you. Yeah, can you open this door? Okay, get. Now put the bowl here. All right, great. See you later. If you do a slow blink, I've tried. He just looks at me. They have a greater frequency range of hearing. We could be missing all the important context sounds because it falls outside our hearing range. Sure. Invisible Man, hello. Thanks for the posture check. It's just... her bark is so loud. It puts me on edge. Graveyards are hard. Where am I gonna put a graveyard? This seems like a nice spot. So, sadly... No, I don't actually need torch lamps. I mean, I guess I will put some torch lamps in, but... more importantly, it would be finishing this windmill. We did finish the power lines, sorta, kinda. There's a little bit to work on here, but yeah, the windmill in particular is what I want to install. The monkeys, scientists thought yawned a lot, but they're screaming outside our auditory range. I had not heard about that. That's interesting. We need to find a tree. Or two. Or three. Some trees. There might actually be wood on the map. But maybe not, because there was a beaver. Arcane items collector from Kato. Kato. There's some trees down here. I do have some magicite on the ground. Maybe they have some wood, chat. Maybe they have some. The only trees I see are down here. Oh! There was one more mod I wanted. Iraq Penguin, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Good evening to you. Have a good one, Mr. Puppy. I can't remember what this mod is called. I might already have it installed. Give me 1 second. This one's important. I was talking about it yesterday. The one that lets you... Wait, auto-cut blight. You should definitely be using that. Better message placement. That was a nice mod. Better pawn control. Bulk assignment of calmness and animals to outfits, areas, drugs. I feel like I've used this before and it was good. Blueprint and totals. This was cool. Drag, easy speed up. Everybody gets one. I liked as well. I don't know why I'm not using these things. I don't know. So the mod that I'm looking for basically counted materials that were not in your stockpiles as part of your inventory. So if you have like 900 berries across the map, like you will have 900 berries in inventory. Even if they're not inside a stockpile. I have no idea what that was called. Maybe it was one of these. Medieval times map reroll. Empire. Android Tears. I have had Android Tears installed since 2019 as well. A lot of these actually have been installed for a really, really, really long time. The Discovery Magazine article is from 2012 and 4 of 4 errors, so no linky. Oh no. Mercifully crazy the start to a new school year. Heck yeah. Dog vocal range gives you charts for human singers and pictures of dogs. And your timetable is a little kinder on Thursday nights too. Yay! That's awesome. Hi there, Sahydre. Hello. The Philippine TAR CA can hear up to 91 kHz and it cries out in the 70 kHz range. Those numbers put their hearing abilities in the same range as bats and far beyond any other primate ever known. Humans cap at 20 Hz. Yeah, our hearing sucks. So the colony is still alive. It's definitely still alive. I'm just trying to find some mods. What was the name of this mod? I can't find it. Oh. Interesting. I found a different mod that looks cool. I'm gonna subscribe to it just so I don't forget about it. What does the mod do? So this one searches the entire map and it puts resources that it finds into your colony inventory, even if it's not inside a stockpile. So, like, if you delete a stockpile, oh my gosh, yes. I clearly have enough. I even have it installed. I clearly have it installed somewhere. Can I sort these alphabetically? It's even enabled. Not true. Not true. I think the picture says it all. The little thumbnail says it all. Can't build a table because there's no wood. But it's obviously not working. Yeah, thank you, Cody. My mod list changed. Yeah, I clearly have enough. It's very obviously not working. Maybe there's a setting I need to adjust. RimWorld, load faster! I'm grumpy today. I hope you're not grumpy today, chat. Hi, Darl. Hello, hello. Oh no, that's all right, Darl. I actually have it. I have it installed and enabled. Apparently, apparently, but it's not working. Grumpy is your natural state. I hate feeling grumpy. I feel like I feel on edge. Like when Emmy barks. Not what I want. Load game. What if you are grumpy? Is everybody grumpy? I clearly have enough continued. This mod makes the resource readout when placing blueprints. But did I not hit a button? This mod makes the resource readout when placing blueprints count all resources on the map. This does so that it won't complain even when you can see that you clearly have enough on the map. Okay, that might be working, but I feel like I also had a mod that... This stuff, for instance. Okay, it says we have 267 rice. That's how much is in the stockpile, but like in range we have 499. I feel like I had a mod for that as well. Hi Elf Twitch, hello. We need more Bard in my life. That shakes the grumps away. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I'm just like... I just feel grumpy. Now there's a psychic drone! Ah! We should probably be working on the graves first and foremost. And there's a trader. So yeah, I clearly have enough as one of the ones, but I really think there was another one. And it was really useful for like trading with traders. Because you were able to sell things that were on the map. Rather than just what you happen to have in inventory. Demon hide. Look at all this stuff. Arcane tomes, a shaman tome? A shaman focuses on ritual magic to create powerful curses and enchantments and extends their influence through totems or summoning. Teaches a gifted pawn how to become a summoner. And there are spells? So many things. And, well, I actually wanted to sell you that. You keep checking the Isaac challenge, but it's already full. Yeah, so the Isaac challenge I'm planning on doing next week. By the way, they have Luciferium. We could heal Experiment's brain. Except one Luciferium costs $92. Yeah, we can't do that. But at what price? Yeah, he would be cured for like 3 days. For you, it's mostly down to your terrible sleep cycle and early morning starts for work. It takes a toll slightly. Yeah, no, definitely. I feel you on the early mornings. I'm just grumpy. This week. So tomorrow, next week. It's next week. Because next week is the discount on subs, on gift subs. No. Hold on. Harry Karen, please. Oh, okay. Now his mood should improve a little bit. Because we no longer have a colonist left unburied. Although we've observed corpses now. And witnessed an ally's death. And there's a low psychic drone. And barracks are awful. Okay. Well, now it's just an awful bedroom. Not awful barracks. Awful barracks will expire in 9 hours. You know, how come you can't put, like, rice onto the fire? To start the fire with something else. Or, like, bushes. And grasses. So that way you can cook with that. Why do you have to have wood to have a fire? I think it's bad now. Wait until the barracks expire. I think that would be helpful if the barracks expired. Not only was it a horrible room, but I also had to share it. Next week's even better. You're pretty busy with P at the moment. Liza P? There's a bounty for that. I have a bounty. Play it for 1 hour for monies, but the requirement on viewership is very strict. And I don't know that I can hit it. Twitch bounties are like really silly. I can't say how much they pay because reasons, but I can say that the viewership requirement is like it takes your average viewership and then like requests that you meet like 30 to 40% higher viewership requirements during the bounty. And if you don't hit a minimum requirement, you don't get paid at all. So like, I don't know, they're just silly. Like, do I even want to try? You need a moment with it alone. Oh, I mean for me. I was looking at the Twitch bounty page yesterday, and yeah. Have I considered tanking my average beforehand? I mean, I kind of already have. It's kind of already there. And it's a dangerous game. The most dangerous game. I did do a Liza P bounty back during one of the demos, one of the demo weeks, and I didn't even like get through. I think we barely got through the first area because I kept getting caught on like the puppet at the very end of the intro area, and I kept dying over and over and over again. I hear Liza P is really tough, especially if you're not really good at Souls-like games. Like specifically, the parry window is super duper unforgiving. Like, you have to be really excellent. Have good reflex skills. Good reflexes. I don't think I want to make this out of granite. I don't think I want to make any of this out of granite. I think I was trying to do slate. This music sounds so optimistic. Also, I kind of want to move what I was building to over here. this look correct? Yeah, it does. That was just me being twitchy. Okay, yes, build this. Oh, no, we need recreation. We gotta keep Experiment happy. If only we could do it on Just Cetera. Yeah, no, so... Nope, it has to be on this channel. It's tough, the Puppet Master almost broke you. So it just gets harder from there, though. Getting good is required. I am not good. I am not good. I hope that the berries and stuff that are on the map will persist longer than I feel like they will. They're good for 1.1 years at this current temperature, so we could haul them over the whole winter. The rice is good for 3.3. Maybe the second run they'll play it on stream, but for now you'll stick with visual novels. Oh yeah, I mean... It does get embarrassing. Being really bad at games sometimes, I get it. I don't know if it's the same for you as it is for me, but... Sometimes when I play games like that, and like I'm just obviously bad... My ego can't take it. I think we need to go cut these trees. So far away. We can test and see if the mod is working. The reason why we needed to cut down the tree is so that way we can restart the campfire. We are in the process of building a stove. Refueling campfire. Activity: gathering berries to hauling inventory, refueling campfire. So what he's trying to do right now is go all the way back. He picked up no wood. He went down there, cut down the tree, and he's trying to pick up the berries that are up here to take them back to the colony to then refuel the campfire and come all the way back down here and grab this wood. Like that's really stupid behavior, and I feel like the mod is supposed to fix that. And that time he did it. And we're gathering berries. Okay, so like the behavior is better. Much better. Yeah, okay. So pick up and haul seems like that missing the core part of the mod. Yes. Okay. This is working much better. So like his pathing was far longer than if he was to head straight back to the colony, but he just picked up a whole bunch of stuff. Oh yeah, everything's about to die to the cold. Viewers get extra entertainment from the fail, but for you it would also be difficult playing the same scene for 20 minutes. Yeah, absolutely get it. I once tried playing Dark Souls on stream, and like I just kept getting wrecked, and it was funny for everybody else, but really frustrating for me. Super frustrating. So now they're going to spoil in 12 days, which is why I really want to build this. I'm going to turn this into like a little outdoor fridge. Womp womp, all my rice is dying. It's gone! So at least the heel root and the tundra cotton shouldn't die. The rice plants did. We have visitors. They seem to have a few items to trade. We are using a desire path mod. And basically what that does is, as colonists walk around the map a lot in certain spots, it starts to make paths, like desire paths. And I think a few traders have walked around quite a bit right here, and now it's all flattened out. So maybe that's where I'll put the storage. It's way worse than your king untimely dying in CK3. Well, okay, that's just kind of funny. Oh, I do not want to become an enemy of the Exodus Empire. Plague Ackless. Plagalces. She has deserted the army and wants to join us, but if we do accept her, we'll become an enemy of the Exodus Empire. Hello, Alana! I hope you're enjoying your lurk. Happy Thursday to you. Happy Thursday. Okay, sleep? Good. Already refueling, already cooking. Wait! I still wanted to trade with you! They gifted me a visage mask. I'm going to sell it back to them. I will sell it back to them. Ooh, for medicine. What mod am I using that just changes the textures of all this stuff? I feel like I didn't add any more texture mods. Hope I'm doing okay and having fun. You might nap. Napping! That sounds nice. If you do take a nap, I hope it is excellent. And I'm doing alright. I'm a little bit grumpy today. High conditioner, man. Hello. Yeah, I was telling chat about how today I'm grumpy. I think I woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Good day to you. You're also a little grumpy today. We can be grumps together. Sometimes you just gotta be grumpy. Sometimes. That's why you place your bed towards the wall, so you can get up only on the one side. If it helps. If it helps. I mean, so I can really only get up on the one side unless I like roll over on top of Silentre and like off the other end, which I definitely haven't done before. Nope. I haven't just like rolled over top of him like, excuse me, coming through. Oh, thank you, JSOG. Thank you. So, no stream today, Alona? No stream today? I don't think we need as many prepared meals. That would be a very funny thing to do. Yeah, and I certainly haven't done it before. Nope. Okay, so we did fix two things. The pickup and haul mod was definitely the one that was missing. Although, in my opinion, the other mod should not be called Pickup and Haul Plus. I'll be grumpy about that for a second. I'll tell you about it, chat. So, while you're up / Pickup and Haul Plus. That's what PUAH stands for. This mod is intended to make their hauling behaviors a bit smarter, but wait, we didn't even have pickup and haul. Oh wait, draw colored path detours. Okay, so yes, use and improve pickup and haul. So yeah, I uninstalled pickup and haul because I thought that this mod integrated it into itself. So while you're up and pickup and haul became the same mod. No, you still need pick up and haul to work with this one for extra smart hauling behaviors. And so that's why they've been kind of silly recently with their hauling behaviors. And after we poked around a bit, yes, I clearly have enough is the mod that I was looking for, which is installed. But I swear there's another mod that counts things on the map as part of your inventory apart from I clearly have enough. So like when traders come, you can trade resources across the map too. I really do feel like that exists. What's the red line? What's the green line? Was that just demonstrating the calculation? Depending on where the dog is sleeping, you have to get up on the wrong side sometimes. Sometimes. Yeah, Emmy, she is such a bed hog. For such a small doggo, such a bed hog. Also, if you missed it earlier, Salentre took Emmy to the vet for her like yearly checkup, and also because she's been limping really badly recently. Hi, Sabachu. Hello. How have you been? Welcome in. Hello. She's been limping really badly lately. So apparently, like while she was back, like with the vet techs getting her shots, the vet went to like feel her leg to see like if her hip was okay, if her knee, if her foot and everything was all right. And she came back and told Salentre that Emmy's a really small dog, right? She's super short. Her legs are like this long, which is really adorable. And she's just like, I have no idea what kind of dog she is, okay? Like she has short little stumpy legs like a corgi, a long body like a corgi, but then she looks like a schnauzer and like some sort of shepherd dog. But the vet said that as she was feeling her legs, she expected like a little dainty dog, and came back and said to Salentre like, holy crap, this dog is jacked. Like she is buff, man. Like, yeah, I know. So I kind of wish I was there for it. I wish I would have been there to hear it. I'll just have to live through Salentre's story. Drunk. I mean, it's crazy. She's so heavy. Like, I think that she's put on even more muscle now. Like, I feel like she's probably like just 40 pounds of muscle. Small dog. Big muscles. She is though. Like, I was doing the same thing the other day and was like feeling around, trying to see if I could feel anything. Like, and if I touched anywhere in particular, if she like obviously reacted to pain, which was no. I have no idea why she's limping so much. Like, she doesn't seem bothered in her hips, like her knee, she had no reaction. Her feet, she only has a reaction if I like start to tickle her toes. And then she tries to like bite my fingers, but that's just Emmy. Oh no, hypothermia! Uh-oh. God, this might be the end. This might actually be the end. Because it's not gonna get any warmer. Dang it. You know how this happened? It's because of the 70% consciousness. It is the 70% consciousness, so he just like fell over to minor pain. Uh-oh. It's the end! This is my bad. Dave Frosty. You know what? It was like a Frosty attack that caused this issue. should have made the parka before going out to make the other stuff. I don't know if he can cast his spells on himself. The soothing balm is applied to open wounds to fight infection, promote blood clotting, this is behind my head, and reduce pain. Side effects may include hallucinations, a sense of euphoria, and the loss of consciousness. So we don't want to do that. But the elixir, created through a mixture of potent herbs, herbal extracts, and other organic matter. The potency of the elixir comes from the immediate reaction of ingredients when they are combined. The chemical reaction has a short half-life, which makes it impractical and uneconomical for mass production. When immediately consumed, the elixir's potent health benefits are powerful enough to bring a pawn back from the brink of death. So maybe he can cast it while he's downed, and maybe it can deal with frostbite. I don't know about that. I don't think so. Person in black, please. Yes, man and or woman in black. I don't think they're coming. Paid forced weather. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna help. Unless the forced weather is like wildfires, that might help. We'll force a fog storm for 14 days. Do you think a fog storm would make it warmer? Or what? Cooler? Do you think it would have any impact on the temperature? I think no, but I'll accept it for... What is a low shield pack? A single-use, man-portable, low shield projector. Projector. Psychic shock lance? Foggy? I mean, usually fog makes things colder. Pods have arrived with a psychic shock lance. Nifty! We'll get right on that. Yeah, the temperature's just going down. It's getting late at night. Experiment. You've served us well. You were the experiment. I learned some things about a RimWorld of Magic. I reactivated some memory about a RimWorld of Magic as well. Memories unlocked. I was actually reading an article about that recently. Like sometimes Duolingo puts out articles that you can read inside the app, and one of them was written by somebody, I don't remember their name, who does research on language forgetting. And basically it was a summary about whether or not, as you like forget language over time, is it better to just learn an entirely new language or try to relearn an old language? And research has pretty much pointed to the fact that like you don't actually forget what you do. You forget the language, but it doesn't just get erased from your mind. It just becomes inaccessible. So as you study and relearn a language, like your vocabulary grows really quickly. Like if you have learned a language and forgotten it, if you study the language and study the vocabulary in particular, the speed at which you recover it is much faster than if you're learning a language for the first time, which is kind of what you would expect. But it's more like, you know, firing those neurons again, rather than creating new neural pathways. Which I thought was interesting. Yeah, just like riding a bike. Actually, that was the analogy. Better to relearn? The framework exists in your brain for it. It's weird and cool. Yeah. It is. I don't think that this is going to get any better. I don't think he's going to get back up. His consciousness is just getting worse. Because of moderate blood loss... Oh, okay, yep, we're dead. We're dead. Did you walk into something weird and cool? You walked into a GG. Everyone is dead or gone. The story is over. GG experiment. Hey, so did anybody save the ideology that I made? Did anybody do that? Did I do that? Goodbye, sweet prince. Hi, not slip. Hello. New colony. Naked brutality. Randy. Random. Strive to survive. Reload anytime. I didn't take advantage of reload anytime. I did not. Corn cob. Pleasant. Sound. Scythe. General. Import company. Saw. Goblins. Axe. Kelly. Green. Helpful. These all feel very random. I mean, they are random. Or randomizing, but... Sunlight. So bright. Boop. I really kind of I want to make, like, darkness vampires with magic. Problem is, though, we're playing without biotech, so vampires don't exist. Random words are random. You can't remember how it got started, but now you have to think about cheese whenever you enter chat. You hope you don't mind me butchering... Mind you butchering my name. Calling me cheese? I mean, I guess it's fine. Hi, Vandalier. Good morning. Good morning. I didn't save the ideology. I know biotech, because we're playing with magic, biotech just felt weird. I don't really know how to describe it. It's just like, it felt like it didn't... Like, the goals of the content don't really align. Like, biotech's content alongside a RimWorld of Magic. It's the one DLC you won't include in every one. That's part of why you were asking. So royalty feels like it kind of works out, and so does ideology. But yeah, biotech... That's not really what I want to focus on. If you know what I mean. Hi, Nalo. Hello. The only thing I want from biotech is vampires. I could just install a vampire mod, I guess. Actually, vampires probably exist in this mod. How are we doing? Well, I'm doing alright, but I am kind of upset that I didn't save that ideology. I have to make it again. If I open the save, I can't save the ideology from there, right? Like, the colony's deaded. We could save it with dead mode. Can we? I just don't want to make a new ideology. Oh, save. Boom. Turns out you can just save it. You just have to be alive. Vampires suck. Oh, or just always. Yeah, I had no idea. Void mic? Void mic. Yeah, I got some new mic colors. Like the old days. Okay, that colony is dead. So we're gonna start a new colony. Same scenario though. I'm gonna have a new colonist, I think. But Randy Random. Think I had good morning. 50% world generation. So I'm doing okay now though. I'm just like I'm a little grumpy today. I'm trying not to be grumpy. I'm just trying not to be grumpy pants. That's the seed we should have had. Grumpy pants. We all have grumpy days. Who are our potential friends? I do want to be friends of the Empire of God. And purple houses and blue houses. There's a purple house. There's a purple house. There's a purple house. No blue houses around, though. What about down here? So specifically, I want to settle in Tundra. I don't know why, I just really want to play in Tundra. So here is blue, there's purple, there's the Royal Empire. So I think if we like settle around here, we should be able to reach these with drop pods. Actually, that gives us access to like all factions. Yellow, green, pink, salmon colored. I'm gonna go salmon, pink, and also pink. The only... No, we don't have salmon colored. We also don't have the pink. This is the magic faction. I don't like this map. Let's try Grumpy Pants. Grumpy Pants! $31 cookies only? Yep, those are all for me. I could totally use... Yeah, I did. Grumpy Pants. Hello, Infinity. Hi, Telenia. Hi, Malleus. Magenta. No, I was also reading about languages. I've read this before somewhere, too. But some languages don't have tons of words in their vocabulary to describe color. So like in English we have 11 categories, generally like black, white, gray, brown. Yeah, I think just black, white, gray, brown, red, orange, yellow, green, purple, pink. And there's one other color. But like some languages only have 2. Like light or dark. And then if a language has 3 descriptors for color, usually that next color is red. Like for blood. So like light, dark, or red. Blood colored. And then I think from there, it's like the color hierarchy. It would be light, dark, red, yellow? I could just look at, I guess, the article. And it's not that, like, people in these cultures can't see the colors, it's just they don't have descriptors in their language. And so we have our basic colors, and then lots of words to classify them. So, like, in some languages, the color for the sky and grass is, like, the same, because they just don't have words for green or blue. Okay, so here's the color hierarchy. And you see, the see-through one is green. So yeah, dark and light. There's actually like bars there above the black, if you can see it. So like light and dark, and then the next words would be in the color hierarchy, like light, dark, and red. And then light, dark, red, yellow, or green. And then light, dark, red, yellow, green, blue. Light, dark, red, yellow, green, blue, brown. And then English is like the one on the very far part. We have light, dark, red, yellow, green, blue, brown, orange, pink, gray, and purple. Boop. Which one did I miss? Don't mind you just claiming one of those cookies. No, they're all for me. They're all for me. We just need numbers and RGB. You use wavelengths to reheat your food. You don't know what went through your head when you saw the mic color. Like, I spilled something. I spilled the stars of the universe on my mic. Black, red, yellow, and void. My phone has holes in it. I feel like this is a much denser map. Tundra. Tundra. The other map was just really good. It had all the factions right next door. So over here, we kind of do have access to everybody. We have purple and blue and magenta, salmon color, pink color, green color. Who are we missing? Yellow? Just yellow. But I also want to live in some mountains, okay? So we gotta find a nice spot in the mountains. This is winter taiga. I bet this is pretty. Did I share the picture on Discord? Yes, it is a Duolingo article. Boop. If you get time to look into how to describe colors to a blind person, it's so nice. I have in my life tried to figure out how I would describe that, and it's tricky. So I don't actually know the answer, but I guess there probably is a method. Okay, I'm dropping it in Discord in a room. I sent it. All right, mountains. Ooh, can we do mountains with a river? Mountains with a river? Whoa. It's a valley with mountains on both sides. Pink marble and limestone with a river running through it. That would be a weird colony. You'll trade me the cute cat clapping bubbles on the Floof channel. Cute cat clapping bubbles. What? How do you feel when swimming in water? The cool wetness that feels relaxing is how blue feels. Huh. Whoa, look at this one. Go look, it'll make sense. Oh, I see. Cat clapping bubbles. I might go with this map. This one's really cool. The two stone tiles are blue granite and granite. There's no caves, but I think this is just really, really neat. How the mountains are going diagonally. That would be interesting to build in. Thanks for sharing. Well, you shared it. I just played it. You just made content for me. Thanks. Whoa, look at this one. Now that's crazy. Sandstone and granite, mountainous with a river with a northeastern cliff. Yeah, this does look cool. Caves. Caves. Ooh, river. Oh, this one's cool. Look at this nice little comfy area up here with one entrance. Rivers. Northern Cirque. Movement difficulty 1.5 with small hills. I don't really agree on the small hills. That seems like a lot of mountain. Same with this one. So yeah, so we were saying yesterday that the movement difficulty is slightly adjusted, I think, for the geological landforms mods. Because it's taking different things into consideration. I really want to do this one. This looks weird. I either want to do this one or this one. Do like a good choke point. What do you think, chat? Do you want to do the diagonal one? With diagonal mountains and a diagonal river? Or do you want to do the one with the river running through the mountain? Diagon Valley. This looks nice. Here, let's do a poll. Because I actually gotta go to the bathroom. Like, I'm not gonna wait until halfway through my stream, looks at the time, and is like, it pretty much is halfway through the stream to go to the bathroom. I'm not gonna wait till exactly halfway through my stream to finally pee. Which map? Question mark. Diagonal mountain / river, or big mountain I don't know how to describe it. Big mountain river tunnel? Big mountain river tunnel. Okay, you have 5 minutes. Starting now. So, which map? Here are your 2 options. This one is big mountain with a river valley. See it? It's a river valley. And then the other one was this one. Diagonal mountain with a diagonal river. So you choose. I need to pop away to the bathroom real quick. I'm trying to like center this thing. Ah! Wrong order. I'll be back in just a moment. River tunnel? River tunnel. River tunnel. What have you decided on? Diagonal river mountain? Big mountain river tunnel? Oh, the vote is not split. I felt like it might be split, you know, because chat's a bunch of trolls. Big mountain river tunnel sounds like a country song. Make a crooked house with a crooked house. Yeah, exactly. Apparently I made this poll too long because now you're gonna try and even it out, aren't you? You're gonna try. So if you haven't seen the two different options, here's diagonal river mountain, and this is big mountain river tunnel. Hi Gecko Bear. Also hi Wit. Hello. The poll is way too long. I know it's too likely that chat is going to even this out just to spite me. You got ChatGPT to write the lyrics to Big Mountain River Tunnel and put it in Discord for later. Well, while we wait for this poll to run down in like the last minute, we can look at the lyrics for Big Mountain River Tunnel. It wrote such a long song. Okay, Big Mountain River Tunnel, verse 1. Well, out in RimWorld, where the sunsets gleam, there's a big mountain river and it's quite a dream. With my old trusty cat, my trusty old cat, by my side so true, we're gonna tunnel through, me and you. Down that big mountain river tunnel we'll go, where the cat's by my side and the RimWorld winds blow. Through the rocks and the dirt we'll dig our own way, and this wild RimWorld will make our own day. In the morning sun, we'll pick up our gear, my feline friend, there's nothing to fear. With those whiskers so keen and claws so sharp, we'll carve out a life in this RimWorld arc. And here comes the chorus again. Down that big mountain river tunnel we'll go, where the cat's by my side and the RimWorld winds blow. It's really difficult to say RimWorld correctly. Through the rocks and the dirt, we'll dig our own way. In this wild RimWorld, we'll make our own day. Through the darkest nights and the toughest fights, my cat and I will hold on tight, but in this RimWorld game, we'll find our fame, building dreams together, it's all in the name. With each shovel full, and each step we take, we'll forge our own path no matter what's at stake. In the heart of the mountain where the secrets lie, me and my cat will reach for the sky. Then there's the chorus again, and then the outro. So here's to the cat, my old faithful friend. In this RimWorld tale, there's no need to pretend. Through the mountain, the big mountain river will tunnel so deep. In the world of RimWorld, our memories will keep. Non-tied pole. Non-tied pole. I managed to stay untongue-tied through that whole thing. Until I read a chat message. Alright, Big Mountain River Tunnel, and we have a theme song. Are we reading poetry at chat now? Hi, Alistair. We are, yeah. Nalo wrote us a song. Or should I say ChatGPT wrote us a song. If you get $10,000, you'll sing it. Boop. Sure. Rigged. Making the theme song from one of the choices influenced the vote. Did it though? Did it? Alright, we're going Big Mountain River Tunnel. This is a disciplined and non-trolling chat. Yeah, the gremlining is not strong in chat these days. I would like to load saved. Got it. Hit next. Alright, so I'm just loading in the Sorcerer's Fold, which is the same ideology we made for the colony yesterday. It's pretty simple. Pretty much you like magic, and we like insect meat. We have some leaders and stuff and dance parties, and then that's about it. I was feeling very lazy when I made this, okay? But now we have to find a new colonist. Maybe this time I'm not going to prepare carefully though. We're just gonna have to find the perfect colonist. Which means they can't be incapable of anything. They cannot be incapable of anything. An undergrounder, nimble with a great memory. Construction, mining, plants, and medical. Okay, this is pretty good. This is good. We don't really have any social skill, but I don't think that matters that much. So, Naoko. Let's hold on to you. Volatile, jealous night owl. Apart from the volatility and the jealousness, not a bad colonist either. Randomize, 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 incapable of none. Physically adept, psychically dull, and a slowpoke. Good with social and intellect and animals and shooting. You are an option. So ideally, we're gonna get good traits. Nothing that this colonist is gonna be incapable of, and some good skills. And super ideally, they can use magic. The apothecary was pretty cool, not gonna lie. What's a commander? As a commander, Frankie exhibits a charismatic personality and a stalwart presence that makes other pawns want to follow his lead. Commanders utilize the weight of their presence to inspire nearby pawns, and when that's not enough, they can issue orders that drive their followers to victory. Because Frankie is used to everyone doing his bidding, he considers menial tasks beneath his status, and is generally a lackluster worker. Randomize. Get out of here, Frankie. Faceless. Wise is a master of disguise and imitation, able to manipulate and capture the muscle and mental actions of another and release it as their own. But a slow learner, and like kind of elderly. Pyro, physically adept and capable of firefighting. Aesthetic, too smart psychopath. Magically gifted. Good with intellect. Good with animals. Cooking, melee, and shooting. Okay. You're an option. Randomize. Bloodlusty blood mage. Whoa! A bloodlusty blood mage, incapable of firefighting. Can cook? Plants? Animals? Medical? You think they can use their blood magic to help others? Can we add descriptions to the society? Yeah, we could. Add the song to an item. Commanders are not great. Not that bad, but they can't work alone. Yeah, that's why I skip them. You hate this. You've been awake for 2 hours and already want to go back to bed. That is a mood. That is definitely a mood, I get it. Oh wait, go back. What was a wayfarer? I just saw Pyro and kept randomizing. Empath. The empath seemed cool, but... A bloodlusty wimp. Womp womp. Actually, you know what I really like about the BG3 randomize button is that you can go back. Maybe if you're a little too clicker happy and you pass by somebody that you actually want to look at. A sickly arcane mage. You'll play some Beat Saber, get the blood pumping. Yeah, do that. Have a good one, not slip. I remember blood mages, right? They hurt you as much as they hurt enemies. I don't remember specifically. I do not remember specifically about blood mages. A tough wimp. How does that work? Being a tough wimp. Incoming damage multiplier increased by 50%, but pain shock threshold reduced by 50%. Do they just kind of even out into nothingness? You have to wake up early tomorrow? Like 7 or 8 a.m. I think for Alistair, that's probably pretty early, yeah. Considering sometimes Alistair, like, you and I are like chatting in DMs, and I'm like, wait a second, it's my bedtime and Alistair's still awake. It's my bedtime. Beautiful, fast learner, quick sleeper. Aged 20. No, not many good skills though, but they are a fast learner. This could be a difficult start, an interesting start. Blood mages kept exploding all the blood on the battlefield, and it led to at least 2 wipes. I don't know. I remember that my RimWorld of Magic save lasted a very long time. Although it was pretty good content. Tough and kind. Incapable of caring, animals, and cooking. Also, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, welcome! You go to work kind of late, but on the other hand, you often leave work at like 8 p.m. Yeah, that's how it used to be for me too, when I worked in the lab. Mostly because of traffic. I won't lie. I would go into work at like 12 p.m. to avoid traffic, and then I would leave work at 8 or 9 to avoid traffic. And then I would stream until like 3 or 4 in the morning, and then I would, you know, go to work the next day at like noon. So the thing with being incapable of caring is you can't do medical. Also, not being able to cook is bad. And I said I'm gonna try not to prepare carefully. Like, if I had my way, I would just nope those two away. But I won't do that. Pretty bloodlusty. Jogger night owl. Melee construction, cooking of 3. Plants, animals, can't do social. I really don't want my main colonist to be incapable of social, though. Industrious and bloodlust. Incapable of medical. Chemical fascination and medically gifted. Magically gifted. No decent skills in early game stuff. Okay. This colonist might not be anything to write home about. Nothing stands out as amazing, except she has skills in everything. Burning passion in plants, minor passions for intellect and mining, but can do all the other things somewhat well. A jealous commander who does not fight. A druid. Attuned to the forces of nature. But incapable of dumb labor. Which is really bad early game because they won't haul anything. This is bad early game skills, plus they have a bad back. Physically, psychically deaf and beautiful. Incapable of none. Really good at mining. Like, super good. Skills in medical, crafting, animals, plants, construction. They themselves don't have magic, though. I kind of want to have, like, the main character have magic. If you start an experiment, you don't stop till it's done. It doesn't matter if it takes 2 or 8 hours. Yeah. Oh, I've been there as well. I've definitely had, like, some 12-hour days. Just doing experiments. So I've rolled a bunch of options. A bright mage. Able to harness the powers of light to purge evil, she approaches any task with an unrivaled fervor that usually places her at the forefront. Being a bright mage introduces the dependency on the sun and light, and because of this, Hoffman has developed an intense hatred for shadowy and dark caricatures. Reduced toxic resistance, reduced carrying capacity, reduced pain shock threshold, reduced shooting accuracy, increased social impact, reduced shooting time, aiming time, increased global work speed, increased melee dodge, move speed, and psychic sensitivity. When you say dark and shadowy caricatures, what about dark and shadowy bases? As like in a mountain. Alright, so now go undergrounder, nimble with a great memory. Doesn't have an aptitude for magic or for fighting forms, but is really good at construction, mining, plants, and medical, which are like really, really good early game stats. Freckles, the corporate drone, is psychically dull, but physically adept, meaning that they can learn a special combat form. Also, just like, I don't know, randomize. That person was just a super soldier. What is an entertainer? Able to lighten the mood and lift the spirits of anyone around her. She's a bard. Slow learner. Jealous. Physically adept, but volatile and abrasive. A chaos mage! Stone has rejected all predefined magic paths and refuses to attribute objective reality in his search for power. There are no truths, all magic is permitted. This tradition has enabled Stone to learn any type of magic, although he never masters any. That's really interesting. He's only 14 years old and he has a mustache. You once had a previous boss forbid you from going to the lab for a day when you showed up for coffee at 9 a.m. informing her that having just finished an experiment, she probably shouldn't look for you as you're going to bed. Wait, so your boss forbade you from going to the lab, but you were already there? Have a good one, Nalo. Enjoy the rest of your time zone. A bladesman. Excels in melee combat, but is very bad at melee. Undergrounder. Warlock, arcane conduit. Has skills. There are skills. Being a warlock, able to manifest physical and demonic forces using his unique access to arcane power. The warlock shares the same genetic mixture as a succubus, but as a male, he is affected with mental enhancements that include clairvoyance and telekinesis. The warlock can occasionally affect the outcome of social interactions, using their mental capabilities regardless of how the interaction actually occurred. They move slower, they work slower, they gain immunity slower, but they have higher social impact, can't carry as much, learn faster? Not very good at combat. Wasn't an arcane conduit. They're normally receptive to the ebb and flow of mana. Oh yeah, he gains mana 40% faster, but his maximum is capped. You were leaving. She told you she didn't want to see you until at least the next day. You had just finished and it was coffee time, so you thought you'd socialize before going to bed. Oh, I see. A bloodlusty blood mage who can't firefight. Like, wow, I feel like this is good. Being unable to firefight. Wait, Daniel Stone. That's your brother? I rolled Mythos and his brother. Daniel Stone and Mythos. Mythos. Oh, now I want the two brothers. I want Mythos and Stone. Blood Mage Paramedic. Yeah, the Bloodlusty Blood Mage and the Chaos Mage. That sounds like actual chaos. Okay, I think that picked it for me because I kind of want both of these in my colony, and we might somehow be able to recruit one of them. We're doing a Naked Brutality start, so I can't bring them both with me. The question is, who do we start with? Probably Stone, right? Because he's a Chaos Mage, but he can build and he can craft. And does other things slightly okay. Slightly okay with other things. Also, Nalco's a really good option. If I wasn't specifically trying to get a colonist who is good with magic, this would probably be an insta-pick for me. No bad traits, no health conditions, she's young, so no health conditions coming soon TM. Plus Nimble's nice, Great Memory's nice, Undergrounder's pretty nice too. If you like mountain bases. And just Burning Passions for like all good stuff. Zero plants is a good excuse for an all-meat diet. Hi, Smoking Kitten Hippie. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Stone though because I like now have this roleplay in my mind of Stone and Mythos, the two brothers. Plus, this is gonna be a harder start because he's not very good at anything. I mean, construction. Construction's good for early game. Also, I'm a fan of the stash. 14 years old and rocking quite the stash. Old colony still alive? Press X to doubt. Well, technically the old colony that we were just playing is dead. The tilted area, the challenge colony is still going. Hello to you. And yeah, everything's doing alright. Today I'm just kinda like grumpy. I'm having a grumpy day. We are at 14 out of 15 daily goal smashes. If we hit one today, we could play Baldur's Gate 3 tomorrow. Do I have to read this again? It was supposed to be a minor surgery, just an hour under anesthetic. You felt totally safe. Now you've awoken inside a drop pod, punching through the atmosphere of a distant RimWorld. Aside from a mysterious goo all over your body, you are totally naked. With no preparation, no supplies, and no tools. Can you survive? The old colony is still alive. Big mountain river tunnel. That'd be so rude. You won't even be here tomorrow. Wait, this isn't who I picked. Is it who I picked? This is not who I picked. Did I pick the wrong person? I have no memory of picking the wrong person, but it doesn't mean I didn't pick the wrong person. What does goo have to do with this? A slick of mysterious goo. I mean, we could play with Hoffman as well. I didn't move him up. Oh yeah, I didn't move him to the top. Yeah. Classic. Classic Jess. Boop. Do you remember what the seed was? Could just start over. Although I don't think I'll be able to roll those two brothers again. Aw, man. We could roll the seed and find this mountain tile. But always check the VOD. Yeah, no, they're right. I didn't move them up to the top. This is not who I picked. Is this who I picked? This is not. Did I pick did I pick wrong? Yeah, I did. I mean, Hoffman's cool too. They're probably gonna die. Run by watching. Hello and goodbye, Architect of Tears? Hello and goodbye? This was the temporary pick. It's not possible to go back, right? No. What does a Bright Mage do? They have a light lance, which focuses light into an intense beam that burns everything along its path. This ability is empowered by stored light, or a light burst. Creates flashes of light that blind and disorient pawns caught in the blast. Disoriented pawns will be unable to distinguish between friend and foe and may fire on nearby enemy pawns. Zero crafting is hard on solo. I mean, just a 2 in cooking, a 2 in plants, 2 in animals. No intellect, no medical. This is hard on solo. Yeah, this is just like suddenly hard mode. I'm gonna redo it. What was the seed though? The seed was... It was in chat. It's gone from chat. I feel like I can see the seed from here. Grumpy Pants. The seed is Grumpy Pants. We are on this tile right here next to like these two lakes, and it's right there on the river. Okay, got it? Quit to main menu. New colony. Naked brutality. We can speed run this. Grumpy Pants? That's me today. Generate? Now we wait. Time to find a log to fight with. To be fair, the Bright Mage did have really good skills in the combat, just no good skills in anything else. You get a log and beat up a guy with a knife, take his knife and use it to beat up the guy with a gun, etc. Yeah, precisely. Was this it? This was it. Yeah. This was it. Or was it? Diagonal Mountain? Or Big Mountain River Tunnel. This was it. Load Essay Ideology, Source Refold. See, this is quick. And now we just hit randomize until we find the exact random pawn that I rolled the first time. This is an interesting colonist. The only problem is that she is too old. He is too old. Magically gifted. That was it. Cerium addiction. Cerium. I remember that. Cerium. Memory unlocked. Ding! Fast learner with a great memory. Age 59. Good skills. Trigger happy, great memory. Magically gifted. Body modder, two-part abrasive. Magically gifted. Arcane mage who is cursed. Alex is attuned with arcane forces, interacting directly with raw arcane power to move matter and energy at will. And cursed. Cursed by magic, tormented by the constant burning rush of power through his being, and can only gain relief by expending arcane energy. Alex will slowly accumulate arcane weakness up until he would become catatonic, and may become catatonic at any point while at the threshold. Using magical abilities that would normally incur arcane weakness will instead proportionally reduce arcane weakness as well as the effects of the curse. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Hi there, Frank. Hello. How's it going? Super immune fast learner. Super immune great memory body parist. Beautiful apothecary. So the apothecary was cool. Ascetic fire mage. No fire, please. Optimist, jealous wimp. Volatile, tortured artist who's magically gifted. Body modder. Fire mage. Ascetic and tough, incapable of violence. But that was a Chronolancer. Chronolancers were cool! Chronolancers were super cool. Remember I was talking about how Nalo was a Hobbit paladin? I'm fairly certain that he was also a Chronomage. Like back in my 2019 playthrough. That still remains to be my favorite RimWorld playthrough. I'm glad that we're playing this again. Body Purist Sharpshooter. Body Modder Psychopath. Wayfarer. A self-disciplined fighter that excels at tricks and dirty fighting. Her carefree personality has kept her from developing class abilities. Instead, she has learned to improve a vast number of utility abilities that allow her to adapt to any situation. Wayfarers prefer the open road and will gain a mood boost for being in a caravan. Entering a caravan with a wayfarer travels 25% faster. However, they will suffer a mood penalty if they remain at the colony for too long. That's interesting. 30, no incapabilities, underground or magically gifted. Can't really fight or do the other things, but likes animals. Gladiator. Vaughn has learned how to train the gladiator combat style. Underground brawler. RimWorld body modder jogger, incapable of violence. A paladin and a mana well. Bestowed with divine might, she has sworn to uphold justice wherever she stands. A Death Knight. Flossie is a Death Knight, harbinger of doom, and a representative of the ever-approaching inevitability of death and decay. Her solemn attitude makes most pawns uneasy, and even fewer approve of her methods. Incapable of violence. Chronomancer. Through arcane sight, he's able to view reality as it once was and as it could be, and can manipulate objects between those realities. Yeah, so they can like just rewind time and like put limbs back on people. I remember that. Like you could, if somebody's limb fell off, you could just rewind time for them and put it back on. But can't fight. Magically gifted. Can mine and can cook, but not really any skills with medical, and has a smoke leaf dependence. Beautiful bladesman and giant's blood, but can't fight. Magically gifted. Construction, mining, plants, crafting. No int, but does have some medical skill. Can fight a little bit. Can't cook. Wait a second. Daniel Stone! Did anybody point this out to me? Wayfarer is a neutral class. It's kind of like a Chaos Mage. Not determine what it can use. Depends on what you do. What are the chances of finding the exact pawn I had on the previous try? Well, we did find Daniel Stone, but it's not the same person. The name's been reused, but it's obviously not the same pawn. I think the chances of finding somebody that we rolled last time is extremely low. Technomancer. So they learn to see magic and science as two parts of the same force and are able to use arcane power to interface directly with the components of technology. She is capable of manipulating objects with advanced mechanics, electronics, or computing to achieve her goals, but has difficulty interacting with biological systems. But is extremely skilled in medicine, so... Can't fight, though. A Goalmancer? Goalmancers prefer to weave their magic through the power of runes and sigils that are able to transfer purpose into an object. Stendor is no exception. He can create runes that enhance basic mechanics, alter chemicals and biological matter, and animate mundane material into lifelike monstrous creatures. Goalmancers are most effective when channeling their magic through symbols and find it more difficult to convert mana to energy directly, but also have higher arcane resistance. Most Goalmancers tend to find rocks more interesting than people and have little concern over cleanliness. This could be an interesting first pawn. He's a fast walker, he's a Goalmancer, and doesn't really do much well, except animals, art, social, and intellect. And has a simple prosthetic leg. A gladiator. Jogger, fast learner. Masochist, commander. Let's reroll the commander. Arcane conduit. A woodsman. Diver is a trained woodsman, preferring the silence and lethality of a bow, and armed with fieldcraft and cunning, he is prepared to defend his land from invaders. Yeah, he is. He doesn't care or cook. It's easy when people help you, but so this is a naked brutality start. I like this I like this pawn, except she's too old. Also, her ex-lover was Stendor. Zachary Stendor. Too late now, she doesn't exist anymore. There are so many classes, and it's also hard to roll them. Psychically sensitive, asexual, magically gifted, age 50. Really, really good at mining and crafting, can't cook, has very little medical skill, but she could probably build a pretty awesome colony. Ice Mage. This is what killed us. Also, he's an artery blockage. His background was cat herder and feline like specialist. Childhood as a cat herder, adulthood as a feline specialist, something like that. This is the brother to Stendor, a nimble wimp pyro. An iron-willed shadow. A half-breed demon with an affinity for shadow magic. He has developed his unique talents through combat training and physical conditioning, making him the perfect assassin. Except, he has very little combat skill. He graduated from herding to wrangling. I think I'm gonna go with Solomon. I don't know why. I think an iron-willed shadow is pretty cool. Even though he's like actually very bad at fighting. I think it could be neat. Hi, Pijo. Hello, hello. How you doing? Alright, Solomon. For some reason I choose you, and this time you're going to the selected category. Selected. Oh, plus he's good with social. So he'll make a good leader for his own ideology. I feel like social is kind of a must when it comes to wanting to spread your ideology. Okay, this time I clicked on the right person. I did it. I would have liked to play with the first person I rolled, but you know, whatever. It's cool. Change is hard, but I can accept it. It was supposed to be minor surgery, just an hour under anesthetic. You felt totally safe. Now you've awoken inside a drop, a punch into the atmosphere, it is RimWorld. Aside from the slick and mysterious girl over your body, you're totally naked. With no preparation, no supplies, and no tools, can you survive? Alright, I read it to you. So the fun thing with mountain rivers? Speed reading. Oh yeah, it's a skill. It's a skill of mine. It is a really interesting map, that's why we picked it. It's Big Mountain River Tunnel. That's the name of this map. Big Mountain River Tunnel. The fun thing about these, the river is under deep roof. Deep roof. Thick roof. Deep mountain, thick roof. So, have you ever had mega spiders spawn in a river inside a mountain? I have, and it's interesting. It is certainly interesting. I think I might make the base like right in here. Because this is a nice big chunk of mountain to work with. Plus, I think I remember from the map preview that I think there's like a little... I don't know if I can see it now that we're there, but I feel like there's a chunk of clear tile inside here. This looks hard, missing a lot of skills for solo. We'll be okay. We'll survive. We'll totally survive, but I do have to give him a name. We need a name, chat. Yeah, he can't build, but you know what he can do? He can mine. And so, like, I can just send him up here and just start making a mountain base straight away. And there's also like... Wait, this is not the right button. The rich soil is super far. I like this spot, but I might go over here instead. Because it's closer to the rich soil. Don't need too many skills to make a club. I mean, you could just equip a log and call it a good weapon. But he's a shadow, so he, you know, don't be fooled by the melee skill of 2. He's the perfect assassin. It says so in the description. Actually, he does have some abilities back here. He can summon objects to the caster's location. He can soulbind. Demons, or those possessing the power of demon, can create a soul bond or soul contract with another pawn who will sustain the host. The bond provides energy from the soul of the host to the demonkin. In exchange, the emotions of the host are washed away in bliss. The soul bond also creates a link that allows the demonkin to travel to or summon the host. The soul bond contract may be cancelled at any time by the demonkin by reusing the ability on the current host. Creating a soul bond with another host will cancel any previous contracts. The contract will also end if either party dies or is destroyed. Succubi and Morlocks form distinct types of soul bonds. Morlocks' bonds are mentally reciprocal, while a succubus bond is physical in nature. Demonkin can only sustain a single bond. Host can sustain a single bond of each type, mental and physical. Hello, Nadia! Hello! You've been playing BG3 in your evenings. Sorry, whoops. You're not super sorry. Hey, no need to be sorry. BG3 is a good excuse. I definitely lost like a month of my life to BG3. I totally understand. So he can also shadow walk, move unseen to instantly reappear in the shadow of another pawn. It's that shadow strike. Instantly moves the attacker behind the target and delivers a devastating single target attack. The attacker gains 5 seconds of haste. The attacker will return to the location they initiated the attack after 5 seconds. This attack may perform critical hits for 3 times the damage. The chance decreases at as weapons get heavier. Ranged weapons will never deliver critical hits. Also, Nightshade? Coat your weapons or projectiles in Nightshade Toxin. Each attack will apply a portion of the Nightshade Toxin. Ranged attacks apply 40% toxin as efficiently as melee attacks. Affected victims suffer from hallucinations and shortness of breath and will take organ damage if toxicity levels become severe. The ability requires 30 stamina to maintain and reduces stamina regeneration by 50%. Then there's Veil of Shadows. Throw a concoction that cloaks the caster and the surrounding area in smoke and shadows. The caster gains Cloak of Shadows, aka invisibility. The shadow cloud will prevent targeting from automated systems and reduces the accuracy of ranged attacks by 60%. So, like, he's not good at fighting, but he's got the skills. AG3 is the best. You hate vampires, but you have pale boy brain rot. Oh, I'm sorry, and the playthrough that I'm still on with Silentre, we're like folk hero do-gooders, so we're not really playing with Astarion. Doesn't mean I don't want to. In a map like this, I really wish we had Z levels. Like, I want to get Dwarf Fortressy with this and like make an overpass on top of the river. We have to go through the river, which could be cool. I really do want to build up here, though. I guess we can make an initial base down here and then eventually move here. Okay, fine, let's do that. Plus, we can mine through steel and already get steel on our hands. And uranium. Oops. Should we start with like a little 7x7 room? 7x9? That's what we'll start with. So Solomon, yeah, he's really good at... There is a hair in The hinge of my glasses? Oh. Phew. You'll romance Gale. He won't scowl at you whenever you do something nice. Astarion opens his mouth. And you. Oh no. Yeah, so we're also romancing Gale in our playthrough. Gale's whole thing is kind of interesting. Okay, so let's check our needs. We are cold. We have magic deprivation. We haven't used any magic recently. We feel out of touch. Uncovered groin and cold. Okay, so we need clothing. That's totally fine because we have a 1 in crafting. We have 4 animals. Maybe we could tame like an alpaca or something. We're good at medical, we're good at social, we're good at intellect, we're good at mining. And bad at everything else. So we're just gonna live off of raw berries, I think. You're not procrastinating writing a cover letter for a graduate job you're applying to at all. Of course not. Absolutely not. There's no alpaca on the map. I don't actually know if alpaca are in this biome. I wonder if we could give him a weapon and then have him like shadow attack some caribou for food. We just hit level 9. They're pack animals, so they do sometimes come on caravans. Yeah, but the question is, are they gonna come before we, you know, succumb to fall time clothing issues? Like the last map, we lost the last colony to hypothermia. Which is really silly, actually. We were quite close to having proper clothes. I kind of sort of just did a silly. I wonder if there is tundra cotton that we can just already harvest on the map. I didn't see any before. Cutting moss. Magic. Perform arcane and magic dependent tasks. Sure. Let's do this. Wasn't that an ice mage? An ice mage is what mostly killed the colony, but it was hypothermia that put the final nail in the coffin. Imagine being a caribou and having some naked dude run up to you and try to strangle you to death. Murder the wildlife and make patchwork parkas. You know, Tab, there are a number of mages throughout history who have sought to wield extraordinary power, like the crown of Karsus. Well, did it work out for those people? No, it never does. I mean, those people somehow delude themselves into thinking it might, but it might work for us. Also, I love how like Tav is actually the default name for your character in BG3, because that's what we named our character, because we did the character creation on the big screen, and the keyboard wouldn't work like with the controller, so we just went with like the predetermined name, and that name is Tav. Everyone is so messed up in BG3. Oh, your heart. He's like an eviler Fenris. Oh my goodness, he is like an eviler Fenris. He is. What was the name of Dragon Age 2? There was Dragon Age Origins and then Dragon Age Inquisition. What was number 2 called? I'm just blanking. It's just called 2? Dragon Age 2? I loved Fenris. I don't remember what his deal was, but I just remember that I loved him. He was a slave? I kind of remember that. I remember what his face looked like. He was a slave who had magic tattoos by his master. Yeah, oh. I'm seeing the connections. I am seeing them. So it made the snowball roll down the hill? It was. It was. His master was hunting him down and he was like, absolutely not. Yeah, I do remember that Fenris was like my choice of romance in Dragon Age 2. They don't use the default name in dialogue? Oh, if you don't choose it. There's a lot of voice work to do without names. Yeah, so like if you just go with the default name, like... Is the default female name Andromeda? Yeah, it would be kind of cool if they did use the default name. Why are we doing this right now? Come on. There are more important things to do besides meditate. Like, level up your planting skills, dude. It defaults the tab for everyone. Also, extra disappointing that it doesn't use the default name in dialogue. The NPCs will use those first names if you keep the default names in Mass Effect. Did he fail the harvest? It's a long way to 3,000 experience. We got a long way to go. Food more important. To be fair, we are planting food, but food now more important. Also, clothing. Consume berries. He's just picking berries with his teeth. I'm trying to imagine what it would be like to pick the difference between picking berries as somebody who's good with plants versus not. Like, would they just be unable to distinguish like what's a ripe berry versus an unripe berry, and they sit here fumbling with them all like, is this one ripe? I don't know. I don't know. Or maybe I don't know. I don't know. Eat this too. Grabbing fistfuls and squeezing, they're just grabbing the whole branch and just ripping all the leaves off with it. You pick him so poorly, you squish him. See, now he's full. But we're still affected by a shivering hypothermia, so we probably want to finish mining out our little base. I picked probably the most difficult place to start because we have to dig through compacted steel. But there's a method to my madness, okay? Hi, Darker Rock. Couldn't avoid the thorns or find the berries in the first place. So, just grabbing the entire branch, pulling the leaves off and the berries, squishing them, and also cutting their hands on the thorns. I have a feeling that he might die to hypothermia. Oh! Well, isn't this convenient? Isn't that extremely convenient? I swear I didn't do this on purpose. Do I want to put the door here? Or there? Probably one forward. Map hacking? I seriously just picked this spot because this is where the compacted steel was. There's method to my madness. Yes. Turns out I too am clairvoyant. I too am clairvoyant. How's it going, Trivial Mind? Nice to see you. I got myself a little base with walls made of uranium and granite. And he just made a door. First try. We have a house. It is a lot more roof than I was intending to build. That, to be honest, that's true, but... Uranium walls sound safe. Yeah, look how much HP these have. 4,000. Raiders will never get through it. As much as I want to sit here and watch him build roofs for like 6 hours, we're gonna speed it up a bit. I think the roofs are gonna be like really important. We should focus the roof. And then I'm gonna go outside, cut down some trees, and try to make a campfire. Safety M. Safety M. It's very hard to get through because anyone who tries dies trying. Yes, exactly, because it will give us plenty of time to flank them with our shadow abilities and kill them. You're on the right track. I'm going to work Solomon for as long as possible without sleep, because ideally we can get the whole roof up, chop a tree and build a campfire, and then go to sleep. Because then we can get rid of the hypothermia. And extra ideally, we'll be able to build a steel bed. I don't know where to put it. It'll take years for the cancer. Safety first. Nice. No forced work. I've got some forced work for you. Maybe we should just do the one tree. Just the one. Shadow abilities. Is that like that particle that doesn't appear in the mist chamber? No, like he's actually a shadow mage. Maybe just the one tree. No, I want to put it in the center. Try and distribute the light. I was just about to say, hopefully he doesn't fail. But I think he needs to get some sleep. He's down to like 15% sleep. I know that I'm fully rested today and I'm kind of grumpy, so I don't want to be sleep deprived, food deprived, and recreation deprived, and failing to build campfires, like that's just... That sounds like the recipe for a tantrum. I don't want to build a stupid fire anyway! Solomon has gained a deeper understanding of magic and can train a new skill. Is that so? Might. Magic? He has magic and might? I forgot that they have like little skill trees and things. I think he's having kind of a bad first few days, but we were really lucky with mining through that area and finding a whole open area. I know when we did the map preview, I think I saw like some little nooks and crannies up in this northern part of the mountain, but I don't remember there being one in the southern part. That was just good luck. Hi there, Luca. Hello. What's up? Not much. What's up with you? Is tree chopping magic? They're, you know, embracing their beaver nature and gnawing them down with their teeth. You haven't played much D&D, but the first time, but one time you have... Oh, are you gonna do it? No, you botched it. But the one time you have your character... Okay, the one time you have, your character was like the super shut-in elven scholar who had spoken to their editor for the last 100 years because she's too busy in her library tower. And had horrifically bad charisma stats. So slightly like Gale, but not quite. I think Gale has very high charisma. Let's name this assassin. I'm kind of a fan of the name Solomon. Not much either. It's a free day from uni and spring is starting. Yay! Springtime. Gale, but like immortal and unable to do people. Oh no. I was kind of hoping to build the bed first, or to build this fire, before trying to build the bed. I'm just gonna 3x this. Gale's charisma is nothing special unless you respec him into a sorcerer. Where's Cilantro Boy? Right there. Sorry, I don't need you to clean. I need you to chop a tree. This is really painful, right? Construction of 0? This is going well. Say hi for you? I think you've already done so. Oh, you're right, you're right. Gale's thing is wisdom. Where's the keyboard cat emote when needed? Yeah, he's working. He's doing a workin' lurkin'. Gale has higher charisma than this character. Chop, 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 chop. We're up to 730 in plant chopping skill. Okay, let's try one more time. Luckily, we've got extremely low expectations and initial optimism to offset everything else that's bad. I'm at least trying to fix the slept in the cold thing. And the darkness thing. Oh! Alright. 5th time's the charm. You can do it! You can do it! Gale's int. Yes! Alright. Wait, it's unroofed in here? I'm so sorry, but you gotta finish building the roof. Is Chalky good for cats? I don't think chocolate is good for cats. Nah. Indoors. 60 degrees Fahrenheit. So hopefully we should not be hypothermic soon. Gotta finish the roof for better carbon monoxide poisoning. Chat, where's Where's your immersion suspense? Where is your immersion suspense button? I undeserved capybara. You received a very well-deserved sub. It's nice to see you. How are you? Alright, we're almost free of hypothermia, and then we can go for the bed. I bet you he'll fill the bed. Our construction skill is a nice 0, but we're halfway to level 1. But the good news is, Solomon has an iron will, so he's less likely to have a mental break. He's grown stronger and is ready to develop a combat skill, so he has both magic and combat. The button broke last week and you haven't gotten it repaired yet. Oh, sorry, Lucia. You silly. You silly. How are you doing? Hello. Ben, do it. Do it. Do it. Yes. First try. First try, no hands. You've been lurking since the beginning, but it worked so you couldn't type. You love watching how I design these? Yeah, I worked really hard on this random hole in the mountain. I worked very, very diligently on it. Vibes-based roofing. In RimWorld, roofs don't cost resources. They're more of an idea. They kind of are. They kind of are just like an idea. They don't cost resources. You can't fail building it. They can fall on people, but like it's... Otherwise, you know, they just kind of violate the laws of physics. They just appear. Out of nothingness. If only we could also imagine tables. If only. I don't know if I'm brave enough to try and cook meals yet. I think that is very likely a waste of time. These berry bushes are fully grown. This one is. These two are not. Or this or that. Oh, there's a sneaky raspberry bush right here. Where are you going? All your berries back. And eat them in the comfort of a fire. And there's a bed. It's awful, but it doesn't matter. It is there nonetheless. I feel like you should probably eat something too, but no. Heckin' RimWorld. Hi, Anthoric. Hello. Okay, apparently he agreed. We filled up on berries. I'm just gonna 3x through this. How's it going, Anthoric? Welcome in. Happy Thursday. I shall make a steel horseshoe pin that we can use from the comfort of the fire. You're tired? We have to go to work soon. I'm tired too. But I am already at work. Okay, so what's on the map? Still caribou and a snow hare. And this time we don't have an apothecary, so we gotta try to not get injured. The apothecary was neat because they could sort of heal themselves. Sort of, kind of. When we lost some phalanges and digits and things, I was not able to heal those. I mean, we could heal them, but we couldn't replace them. But for cuts and bruises and things, the apothecary does have innate abilities to tend to those. I'm just gonna zoom out. There's very little heal root on the map. You'll go make coffee. All right, look at that. Our meters are in the dingy green color. I will take dingy green. And now we autopilot a little bit. Hooray! You managed to resurrect your second board game group. Yay! How'd you do that? We are a third of the way to level 3 in plants. So maybe by the time we plant some rice and then harvest it, we'll be level 3. I also plan to expand this rice zone. I just wanted to get some initial rice planted in the first place. And I'm attempting to grow tundra cotton. There's a geothermal vent right here. I'm attempting to grow that because I think we might be able to harvest it for cloth and then make clothes out of it. Like, worst case scenario, we can make cloth clothing. Yeah, actually, I don't think we can harvest it. I think it might just be like a flower because this is 100% grown tundra cotton. No, harvest yield 2. I'm trying to point it out, but every time I move my mouse, it goes away. It says right here, where my finger might maybe be. Harvest yield 2. Level 2 board game necromancer. What about regular cotton? Harvest yield 10. Okay, so maybe we actually want to grow the other stuff. Regular cotton. And there's nothing else that we can grow to make clothes out of, right? Just cotton? Just cotton. Ta-da! No food. Do we dare try to cook meals? Or should we just be happy with berries? Those berries could be very nice. Can't I harvest if I make it a field? Maybe? Yes. Two pieces of cotton! 2 pieces of cotton! Yeah, speaking of that. I am basically putting a growing zone over top of the bushes. I have said not to sow, so we don't allow sowing, meaning they won't remove what's here to plant seeds, but they will cut things, meaning any wild plants that happen to exist inside the zone, they will tend as if like we grew them ourselves. We can be kind of sneaky and just like snake our way through all the bushes. I don't think I've done this before. It's actually a bunch of little bush patches. I think I said pashes? Bush patches. 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 What are words? One of your coworkers lives in an apartment complex that has a recreation room, so you started doing it there. You had your first night last night. It was so much better. You can get started earlier. Sadly, the AC was broken, and you had to spend the entire night in 85 degrees. That stinks. But... was there a window or something you could open? Ambrosia. I know I've done it for ambrosia, but yeah, I don't think I've really ever done it for like the wild plants. Besides ambrosia. This is an anima tree. I mean, there's lots of little goodies around. At some point later in the game, I'm going to forget about all these grow zones and then find them. I'm predicting it now, that I'm just gonna be like, what? I forgot about all these grow zones we had around. Oh, I forgot all about them. I'm making this prediction now. I'm especially trying to mark the area that's on top of this rich soil, because all this stuff is going to grow really quickly in the fertile soil. I might not be able to attend to the plants myself, but you know, we seem to make sure that they're all marked as not sowing. I think I've been good about it. Predicting my own behavior sounds like cheating. Yeah, see, now I don't have to sit here and micromanage this. Strategies. I'm just kind of trying to sneak all these little bits of tundra cotton around. I don't think we can do that with heal root though, because heal root is only harvestable once, and then it doesn't grow again. It's not perennial. I'm also not sure if the tundra cotton is perennial. Like, is it also a plant that once we harvest it, it's just done? It's donezo? We could turn the whole map into a grow zone. Technically, we could do that, yeah. I'm trying to focus my efforts though. Alright, so I did forget about this. He's now level 3. So I'm not really sure how he's gaining points. I guess just by existing. Yeah, just by existing. Might XP is gained as a character uses combat skills. XP gain is equivalent to the difficulty of the skill. Is just living your life a combat skill? Sometimes I think, yeah, it just might be. Life gets difficult, okay? So, fitness, don't know what that does, increases the rate that stamina is recovered by 5% per level. Strength increases the amount of damage the combat abilities deal by 5% per level. Coordination decreases the stamina cost of all abilities by an additional 3% per level. And endurance increases your max stamina. I'm gonna go with strength, because we actually don't have a weapon. Also, I guess I need to level up these abilities. So we have Shadow Strike, we have Nightshade, and we have Veil of Shadows. They just have no points in them. Increases the damage of a Shadow Strike by 5% per skill point. Reduces the stamina cost by 4%. Damage! And magic. Blink? I don't have blink. I have to learn blink, but we do have summon. and Soulbind and Shadow Walk. Increases mana recovery by 5%. Increases max mana. It decreases mana cost by 2.5% per level. So we could learn Blink. Instantly moves the caster to a target location. That seems good. I'm gonna learn it. Now we can also blink. Just like this. What was Shadow Walk again? Move unseen to instantly reappear in the shadow of another pawn. Lingering shadow. We can have invisibility. There's contrast. Reduce the amount of mana required to use Shadow Walk by 8% per skill point. Let's start with Blink. Blink is the one thing I could see us using because it can get us around the map faster. Also, apparently we've been cutting down trees. I think we don't tend to the fields, but they do cut down the trees inside them. Maybe? It said not to allow plant cutting. Oh wait, no. Allow cutting, don't allow sowing. So yeah, the trees get cut down too. I guess we should make a table. Now I'll make a steel table. We have less steel, but it's easier for us to replace it because he has a much higher mining skill than he does plant handling skill. Plant handling, plant tending? With Healroot, they harvest when it's ready. Yeah, but then it's gone forever, right? Whereas the berry bushes will continue to replenish themselves. You should maybe, like, haul this all back inside. I don't know. Maybe that's a crazy suggestion. Yeah, it doesn't grow back after a harvest, so that's kind of why I'm thinking it's not worth putting a grow zone around it. So much as just marking it for harvesting. Alright, you can do this, Solomon. You can do this. Getting through life definitely does take combat skills. He could not do it. Oh, I'm making wooden stools? Okay then. Don't fail! Don't fail! Don't fail! Heck yes. I had just enough steel to work on this other stool. Okay, so we have a poor quality stool. He's managed to take some logs and bore a hole into them and then shove some more logs into that, I guess. I wonder if we can turn this into a small storage spot for food, because it's going to be better temperature controlled than what I can do in here. Theoretically, it'll be better temperature controlled. Maybe not during summer. You fail to see why you need to dig into the log to make a poor quality stool. Just get both sides flat. But then it's not a stool, it's like a yoga block. Yeah, I'm gonna speed this up a bit. We need to dig enough steel that I can make the table unsuccessfully like 3 times. We found some magicite. Now, I don't know what we do with it. Oh yeah, I do. We turn it into gems on the gem cutting table that I totally don't have. If you dig and it has a back, it's not a stool, it's a chair. I'm saying, like, take a log, put some holes in it, and then just, like, shove other logs into it. So it has you know, like 2 legs and a top. Ooh. An awful stool. A suspense! Nice! We have a table! We have a table, we have a bed, we have a door, we have a campfire, we have some fields. We're making good work. Good progress. And we have 6 cloth. I'm going to try for a meal. And I hope we don't get food poisoning. We might get food poisoning. Wait, he's really hungry. And you just ate with a table, dude. Wait, he just equipped 5 logs as weapons. Just put the log on the floor and sit on it. It should be really hard to mess up cooking berries, but what if you have a skill of 0? Like, he's never heard of it. Barely heard of it. It is summertime. He's so bad at cooking, he's barely ever even heard of it in his entire lifetime. 42 years of life. This is the first time he's ever... Like, he just had this idea. Like, whoa, wait a second. Fire? Berries? What happens if I put the berries on the fire? We reinvented table eating. Yeah. We did. Level 1 construction? Oh yeah! Utter beginner. Eat without a table expires in 3 hours. He kind of wants me... I think we just need to go use our magic on something. Like, we could go attack this bunny rabbit and try to kill it. Before I do that, I kind of want to make a butcher table. Because he's so bad at cooking that if I use a butcher spot, I really feel like... Can I make a steel butcher? I know I can make a steel butcher table. We just have none available. I would much rather do that. So if he uses a butcher spot, he's so bad at butchering that I feel like he'll get no resources from it. As in clothes, like clothes resources. Fur. But if we use a table, even though his skill is abysmal, we'll get something? First we have to build the table. You know someone that can manage it? What are you what are you saying, Alistair? There's steel right here. Okay, so steel butcher table. We'll get something. We'll get something from the butcher spot as well, but in the last run that we did, the difference between the yield between the spot and the table was huge. But it was also different skill levels. It was definitely different skill levels. Like, the worst cook used the butcher spot. The better cook used the table, but it was like 4 times the yield of resources. So I think it's worth trying to make a table. And then once you account for a lack of skill, it's probably like maybe double. Maybe 1.5 times more. Just don't fail. Don't fail. Don't fail. Don't fail. You can do it. Level 1. Yes. Interestingly, you build it with blood already on it. It's his blood. I never tell you that part, but that's actually from his own blood. Can we take this fence down? Do you think this is gonna give us any resources? This barbed wire fence? Wait, do we get skill? Do we get skills from breaking this down too? Let's see. Oh, you don't! And we don't get any resources from it. What a twist. A dark twist. Hi, I'm Malakmir. What is my colony doing today? Today, we are surviving. Maybe. Maybe surviving. That's the hope anyway. Relaxing socially. Slept in the heat. It's too hot from our little campfire. Let's follow him around for a little while. He may actually accumulate enough cotton doing this to make pants or something. Maybe. He didn't haul anything back with him. It is interesting seeing it recalculate the path. We're off to a good start. Ate without a table once again. Can't we get a table around here? Oh, it's not my fault that you're not returning to the table. It's not my fault. Hi, Lottie Bear. Hello. You feel like these colonists are never happy. They are never happy, it's true. They have a lot of things that they get upset about. And the only thing that keeping this boat afloat is extremely low expectations plus initial optimism. Which is just baked into early game RimWorld. He's not harvesting it back. Hauling it back. It hurts my eyes to watch them on 3x speed. To be fair, they have a hard life. I mean, it's true. But still. Naked, living in a cave, no one to cook your berries for you. Why wouldn't they be unhappy? Also, I mean, why are they upset about being naked? Besides being cold. And I suppose all your bits are kind of exposed to the environment, and it's probably really prickly and scratchy. But still, they're alone. If I recall, I shouldn't have my private parts hanging out. It's because he needs pants, but he's alone. You can't explore a new planet without some inconveniences. And by explore, we mean, you know, cascading through the atmosphere in a fiery pod and crash landing on the RimWorld. Hi, Subpar Empire. Animals are naked all day and you don't see them complaining. Hi, Mantis Shrimp. Yeah, Naked and Afraid. I don't think I've seen that show, but I know what you're talking about. Darkness. Uncomfortable. What are we uncomfortable about? Just being uncomfortable recently. Cool. It's an Emmy! With an accumulation of toys. Maybe it would be helpful to set basics to a higher priority. Right now, the only basic we have is refueling the campfire, right? I think so. Even these flowers are considered to be very pretty. So it's awful in here because everything's ugly. The flowers are not pretty, except the tundra cotton. Yeah, this is one of the best songs. Something else we could do is try blinking across the map. That might make him happy. Happier. $34 cloth. Just around the map, 34 of it. So, no, I'm not gonna do this. Because then he's gonna try to cut down all these trees. Autosave almost lost me my grow zone. Turn off sewing. It's 2 coffee day. And now that you say that, I don't think I ate anything today. I had matcha. That's all I ate for breakfast? Matcha? Oh no, I ate some chicken. It sounds a bit like The Sims. Like the recent Sims? It doesn't remind me of like older Sims soundtracks. Harvesting tundra cotton, but not hauling it back. Jazz, go. Our plant skills up to level 3. Matcha on an empty stomach. What? It was fine. Oh no. Okay, so we have to haul this back quick. Okay, we skipped that stuff. And the one that we just walked right past, his inventory might be full. Stupid phone capitalizing the first word. Jez go. Oh yeah, trying to type emotes on mobile is super frustrating. Yeah, now we're hauling. Now we're talking. I feel like we should also get him to go get some heal root, because we have no medicine. We have plenty of food that's gonna spoil eventually, but we have no meds. So yeah, come down here. And don't fail me! Don't fail. He might fail. He might butcher all these. 1 heal root. 2 heal root. 3 heal root. Haul it back. With this too. So the behavior is working a little bit better. Like a little bit better with the mods, but I still have to like correct their pathing. Which is weird. So there's a bunch of stuff around up here too. So I think the way that we could get him to focus on harvesting heal root without doing it manually would be to focus on plant cutting. Because then he should go through and harvest the plants and cut down the trees and probably pick the berries. I don't actually think it makes a difference. Now that I say that, I think it's the same difference. It's the same difference in the end. Oh yeah, we're supposed to do some magic. I say we sleep until like 5 in the morning and then go practice some magic skipping. Some blinking. Alright, how about 4 in the morning? Okay, and so now... magic use, +2 rather than -3. I used magic and it felt great. We blinked across the map. We're up to 44 cloth. Sneaky tundra cotton. Sneaky, sneaky. Okay. I think I know how to get him to harvest the heal root faster. It's to put a grow zone on it. But then there's gonna be random grow zones all over the place with nothing in them. I get you to add things to your inventory. Okay, so at least they don't drop it. If you get them to haul things and then pick something else up, with this combination of mods, they don't just drop things on the floor. I like that. I also don't know if the tundra cotton persists after you harvest too. I don't think so. I think like heal root, it's like a one and done. This feels very silly. This feels silly. Click, 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 click. There's some tundra cotton in a marsh. Here's some heal root. Here's some heal root. Here's some cotton. There wasn't much heal root to begin with, but A little bit is better than nothing, and also not having to do it myself is better than doing it myself anyways. This actually kind of makes me feel like a RimWorld genius. I don't know why I haven't tried this before. And if I have tried it before, I've forgotten about it. I already clicked that one. And this one too. Okay. He's hauling stuff. Sleepy time. There's no time for the lights to go out. What's the deal with the golems? They're like animals, except I guess they can have an energy type. Hi there, Buffalo. Hello, how are you? How are you doing? Glad to hear it. Oh, but haul it back. Uh, 68. This is like enough for clothes. I need to mine this out. It really bothers me when the workbenches hang off. It just when you are putting it on walls like this, I like them to be lined up. How about myself? I am okay. I'm grumpy just today. I don't know why. I'm trying to ignore my grumpiness. And pretend like I'm in a better mood. Because eventually, if you smile enough, it tricks your brain into thinking you actually are in a better mood. We have a full stack of cotton. Yes! 100 cotton for the win. Do you relate to the grumpy days? I don't have them very often. I mean, I think that's not true. I think I have them more often than I like to admit. But today's grumpy was especially pronounced, certainly at the start of the stream. Also, this is the second colony I've been playing today because my first colony died in a horrible death of hypothermia and blood loss. Okay, this should help make the room at least a little bit nicer. It is awful. It's impoverished, however extremely spacious. It is ugly and dirty, though. I just got 100 cotton, so it's on the up and up. 75. But yes, it is. We gotta try and make some pants now. Does he have any crafting skill? Oh, he has a 1 in crafting. 1! Yeah, chat. I have something to tell you. Maybe I'm grumpy. It's like it just hit. I just realized. Maybe I'm grumpy because I'm hungry. I didn't make the connection, but I forgot to really eat today. So perhaps my grumpiness is a lack of food. You're having a late lunch? What are you having for lunch? What should I have for lunch? He's actually doing a spectacularly good job of harvesting the seal root. And not flubbing it. And as I say that, he just botched a few harvests. Wait a second! There are tables here! Claim? Claim? Mana drain? I'm not gonna do anything with these tables except claim them and put them in my house. You grabbed the salad, but you forgot your fork! No! That sucks. I built my own awful table, and we could have just collected these tables and repaired them, and they would have been nice and impressive. Ooh, there's some urns? Yeah, claim and reinstall. They're gonna help make the space look pretty. I can't claim these. No. The pillars I cannot. I will take them out. We're being raided by the Revenge Rig. The Revenge Rig is here for revenge. You're having Greek for lunch. That sounds nice. I'm hungry. Hi, Coda. Did that dog help me at all? To be honest, I haven't looked at it. Yesterday after the stream, I kind of just went to sleep. The Revenge Rig's attacking. And they're attacking immediately. Braz. A steadfast, sugar-happy, tortured artist. The hyper ideology. We can try using our skills of assassination with our log. We have a log. Okay, what do I want to use? We can blink, we can shadow strike. Instantly moves the attacker behind the target and delivers a devastating single target attack. The attacker gains 5 seconds of haste. We have, what? 3 points available. Increases maximum mana by 4 per level. Increase the rate of recovery. Increase the cost of abilities. Summons objects to the caster's location. Like, what does that mean? I'm gonna make it more efficient. In Might, we have 2 points available. Increases the damage of Shadow Strike by 5%. Veil of Shadows. What is Finesse? Increases the rate of stamina recovery? Alright, so I'm equipped with a log. For shame. For shame. Assassin's log. I've been here several days. I'm about to be raided. Alright, so we want a Shadow Strike. Oh my goodness! Get assassinated! He just shadow struck poor Brass to death.
Yes, die!
Wait, it instantly moves the attacker behind the target to deliver one single devastating blow. He only has a log equipped. Well, look who has a new weapon. And some medicine. That was super weird. Did it? Wait, I think it reverted back. The attacker will return to the location they initiated the attack after 5 seconds. That was very disorienting. To be like, snap back. Die, nerd. Die, nerd. Die. I feel like we should try to level up our construction. You know how we could do that? We could smooth things. You cannot fail smoothing. It takes forever, but you can't fail it. You can smooth the entryway. Welcome to the chat room. Did I miss any chat? You can soulbind an enemy, then let them escape, and you keep the boot. Really? I did not know that. Well, so that was exciting. It turns out being an assassin is kind of cool. Yeah, so I want to smooth the area because it's a really easy way to progress your construction ability. It works better, of course, if your colonist has an appreciation for the work, like if they have a minor passion or a burning passion. This goes much faster. Learn speed is only 35%. Base value is 100, but because there's no passion, it's reduced to 35%. But if you have a passion for it, it goes up to like 100 and something? 115? 75%? I don't know. We could actually test it with mining. Can we mine this piece? 150% learning speed as opposed to 35 because of the passion. So this goes much faster. Also, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. The only downside is they died instantly, so now wearing pants is gross. Yeah, so I need to make a tailoring bench. I need you to stop taking care of plants. You're so diligently dealing with the plants. I love it, but I need you to do other stuff for a little while. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Deconstruction's better. I think it's the same rate. You also can't fail deconstruction, but I have endless things to smooth. Like, I have a whole mountain that we can sit here and smooth. And you can't fail smoothing. I really want him to up his construction skill. I think at least level 2 we should be able to build this without failing. Fingers crossed. I'm kind of just hoping that's true. I'm kind of just hoping it's true. I don't know that it is. Do they only gain? Oh no, we're still gaining XP. I guess there's a passive XP gain that's really slow. And then we gain more when using our abilities. So can I just use Blink and skip around the map to level up real quick? I'm going to test it. 690 out of 980. Has a cooldown. $735 out of 980. So yeah, we could. But it looks like mana recovery is pretty slow. My Fitbit is reminding me that I need to take a break. When your stamina and mana hits max, any extra regen counts towards XP. Oh! That makes sense. That makes sense. Now, I think I'm gonna jinx myself when I say this, but I think it's really surprising that we haven't had food poisoning yet. And because we all know that RimWorld storytellers hack into our mics, know what we're saying, we're about to get food poisoning. Just you watch. So by maxing the clarity or focus, you forget which, it will speed it up. Oh, yeah, I got you. Yeah, that makes sense. Food poisoning is the worst. I was low-key hoping that he'd actually get food poisoning. Oh, rather than shove all these tables inside our house, I know what we should do with them. We should install them in nooks and crannies around the map. Like here? One right here, one right there. Where else does he go a lot? Like over here? And then we'd have to, you know, put chairs in there too. So it's fitness, which is stamina recovery. And then for magic it is clarity, which is mana recovery. Hi Rakudo, good to see you. We've had the idea for a while. A mod that listens to the streamer and player's mic, passes it through some speech to text. Passes to the chat GPT with, could this be considered an insult? And chat GPT says, yes, the storyteller triggers some sort of incident. Yeah, some AI RimWorld. Yeah, like the Skyrim mod. Which I actually want to play more of the Skyrim AI. I just haven't updated the mod. It took me a really long time to even get the mod changed over to the different system, because remember there were two different methods of installation. One of them was the recommended method, and the other one was like the other method, and I missed the memo on that, so I installed, you know, quote unquote, the wrong version, and I had to basically redo the entire process in order to update it to the new system. So I think I need some food. I'm like, I can't words right now. When did this happen? Did I watch this happen and then just like not even recognize it? There's already Rim GPT by Brains, but that's more of a running commentary on what's going on in the game. Pickle story continues. Yeah, so that's the thing. The old version of the mod, the character was unable to access the log of everything that had happened to them previously. So if you were trying to have like multiple sessions of the same running context, it was not possible without programming everything into the backstory. So what the new update does is it changes. See, this is exactly why we're putting a table here. The new update changes the language model, so that way the AI can actually access the log and be able to continue having running dialogues and whatnot across multiple sessions. Yeah, RimWorld of Magic is still maintained. It is. That's what we're playing with. I haven't played it in years, and so I've been enjoying the last 2 days of RimWorld. Jess battery is low. My sentences are slowing. Not only that, but I'm speaking word soup. My sentences are slowing, and words are becoming more soupy than normal. Druids are great. They allow limb regrowth. Ah, yeah, that's what we need. We need some limb regrowth. Feed the streamer. Feed the streamer. I think I heard Slindray cooking, maybe? I don't know. How long is it gonna take to make a pair of pants? Not long. Leveling up our crafting. I actually think we were just about to lose our crafting skill. Why hasn't Cilantro fed the streamer yet? I think he was hyper-focused on work. Oh, do we have pants now? We have pants! They suck, but pants. Pants, 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 pants. Costs 45 work to make a button-down shirt. Boop. Does the button-down shirt help with... Boop. Oops. Oh, information. Here we go. Does it help with heat insulation? Boop. It does. The cold insulation is really bad. So we're gonna need a parka, but making a button-down shirt should help us in moderate temperatures. Yeah, I probably should eat. So I ate some chicken, but like not a lot of chicken. And a matcha latte. Cloth parka is basically not worth the resources. We need to do some recalculated animal murder. I mean, apparently we can just shadow strike things to death. I don't know how well it would work on a... Again? Beavers? There's 2 of them this time. Alright, we're gonna go shadow strike them to death. Not this time, beavers. Not this time. No, I blink over here, but we're basically here. Alpha Beaver revenge. I don't think so. Oh, that's super disorienting. Okay, Shadow Strike has a really long cooldown. Soul Bond, Shadow Walk, Blink. I think that's my only attack besides Nightshade. Veil of Shadows. How long's this cooldown? I don't know. What's wrong with the beavers? Did they eat the trees or something? Yeah, alpha beavers. Yes, they show up and they just ruin the party. Yeah, I'm just pacing around until this comes off cooldown. Because I'm really worried about taking an injury. Ooh, that one did not instantly fall over and die. Veil of Shadows. We don't have enough stamina to execute Veil of Shadows. Can I blink away from combat? I can blink away from combat. Oh no, wait, we just reverted? Oh, because we went back to the original location. Yeah, gotta be careful with Shadow Strike. Alright, we're just going for it. This could be the end. Or we will survive. We're just gonna tend to ourselves on the spot. Because we've been scratched and bitten? Yeah, so they're bad. They're tanky, and they also eat all the trees? Is that all the medicine? Can you haul this body back? Wait, there's nowhere to store it. Animal corpses. Allow fresh animal corpses. Haul this body back with you. Oh, right. And we're finishing patching ourselves up. Luckily, we have medical skill. Luckily. Taking a nap. That was a brutal battle. Alpha beaver leather. Did we level up our cooking at all? No? Still level 0? So basically, butchering is going to be... It's going to be a bit of a gamble. We might butcher it well and get some leather and things to make parkas out of. Or we might just turn it into mush. Which actually is disgusting to imagine. Wanderer joins. A ranger child named Sam has arrived and wants to join the colony. She is willing to contribute, but will not leave voluntarily, claiming to have nowhere else to go. You can choose to turn her down and send her away. However, your colonists will be disturbed at sending away someone in need. Does she cook? Do you cook? People arrived. Sam with a gun. She's a gourmand. She cooks. She's a skilled professional. Not a good doctor. She also hunts. And has skills in animal handling. She complements as well. What is orange? There's an orange outline. Firefighting and plant work incapable of. Why is it orange? Hunting. It's a 0? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Hunting is a 0, but its relevant skills is 7.5. So, hunting ability is right the average of shooting ability plus animal skills? This is not a 0. She has an 8 in animals and a 7 in shooting, with an average of 7.5. Oh, her ideology doesn't like it. Hi, Bodega. Tier Bodega, hello. Yeah, you're probably right. The Womanly Garden. Slaughtering animals is prohibited. Meat eating is horrible. Cutting trees disapproved. Of course. Women's spouses 3 or fewer. Oh no, yes, good call. Mining is bad too? Oh no, Sam, we're gonna have some problems. Mining disapproved? We're gonna have some problems. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Okay, but she does cook. So there's that, if nothing else. Time to extol the virtues of whatever we feel. Since it looks like you'll be here for a while, Sam thinks we should give our faction a name and also a settlement name. Hi, Omarid. Hello, hello. How's it going? Today you went out, so you know why you missed 4.5 hours of the stream. I didn't go anywhere. Why did I miss 4.5 hours of it? Was out nice. Was it nice outside? Okay, so our settlement is going to be called Big Mountain River Tunnel. We even have a theme song. Big Mountain River Tunnel. Our faction is going to be called Mig Fountain Tiver Runnel. Can I sing the theme song? Yeah. Clearly, my naming is inspired. I am inspired. Chat, yesterday I put out a short on YouTube, and it is like the worst performing short I've ever had. So, I have a request for you. And also, slightly science. Which is, if you watch this short that I can't open, will it perform better? Science? Yes, science. How is it badly performing? Like, it doesn't feel nice or something? So it weirdly only has 18 views, which for a short is super weird. That's what I mean. It's really strange. So shorts are like odd in the sense that they're tested among your target audience before they are promoted to the short shelf. So if my target audience watches the short, maybe it'll perform better. Could be YouTube senses it due to nudity. Maybe. I was wondering about that too. I was wondering about that as well. So that's why this is all science. But like when I looked at the video itself, like it doesn't come up with flags or anything. Like there's no flags on it about nudity. So yeah, if No digging. If chat watches it, if you guys watch it, and give it like 1,000 views right now, I imagine it'll perform better. A self-tamed caribou. I bet Sam would like that. Wait a second, I forgot to name Solomon. It might give it less visibility silently. It's not really very silent. Prior to this, my worst performing short was like a few hundred views. This is like less than 20 views. Okay, I'm picking some names. Solomon, your name is now bonked. We are bonking your other name to replace it with bonked. Courtesy of flamethrower. Sam's name is Scarred Vulcan. Okay, why are you in bed so much? Bed rest? Because bed rest is more important than doing other work. I'm so hungry. So hungry. They are grabbing us some urns. It's really gonna improve the look of this place, you know what I mean? Go eat, streamer. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. Maybe my goal is to starve myself. That would be a very bad idea because my ability to properly communicate, like, is directly impacted by my hunger levels. Elf just wants to play words, although she's right. What's your shooting ability? 7? Yeah, you should probably keep the gun. I think you're right. You should probably keep the gun. I think if we were to build a torch lamp, it might actually help with speeds over here, like digging and also smoothing. Chat just wants to play wars on stream. Streamer just wants to play RimWorld. Is she good at building too? Construction skill of 1. She's delivering resources to blueprints. So that Bonked can come over here and bonk these stools into existence. Alright, we've got a table. I guess we should make a bed. Not enough steel. Yeah, this is faster, right? Words on RimWorld mod. Okay, I actually am getting too hungry to continue. But I only have like an hour left of the stream. If you send me away for lunch now, you know what that means. I'm making a bedroom. I mean a bed, and then we should probably actually dig out the bedrooms as well. Long stream. Long stream? You'd have to bribe me. Words on stream, but words, letters, give commands to RimWorld. Still in cover letter hell. No! Bribe streamer with snacks? I will accept it. Cookies for bribes. Cookie bribes? Some sort of Twitch integration that's triggered by some point redemption or something and spawns an incident or event with a story points equivalent to the level reached. That would be interesting. Hi there, individual. Hello. Welcome in. How are you? I don't believe I said your name correctly. I don't want to keep stone blocks. Stocks. Don't want to keep stone blocks or stocks. Why is the meat considered stone? Indie is fine. Tell them what motivated you to choose this company specifically. Usually that's something along the lines of, I need a job. I was motivated to contact you today because I need a job. What motivated you to choose this company? You were hiring. Dude, I'm serious. Mind the granite. You tell me, boss. Forced weather for pay. Oh, you want to send me hyperweave? A rainy thunderstorm for 11 days. Remember, we were playing that other playthrough, and like, I tried for days to find hyperweave, and here it is. Just like some early game hyperweave. Casual early game hyperweave. I mean, this is an 11-day rainy thunderstorm. I don't really see how that's bad. You just get a telescope out of it. Academic roles are so intimidating. Yeah, they can be. I was trying to place that down, thank you very much. I'm interested in eating a variety of foods while indoors. Wait, who smoothed the tiles? Nobody did, I canceled them. Goats. A group of goats are passing through the area. They will not attack unless provoked. They will not attack you with their goatish charms. How can it be raining? I mean, fire. How can there be fire when it's raining? Oh, yeah, that's right. This is all gonna be home zone. Look at all my little home zones. Oh, silly. Wait, no, that is my table. That's my table. I want to protect my table. Which one was... Oh, this was my actual grow zone. Yeah, okay. I'm hungry. I might need to go eat food. Or end the stream early to go eat food. Who would provoke a goat? Certainly not me. I like old stuff, dirt, and camping. Also, I'm pretty good at asking for money to go camping for old stuff. What is your greatest strength? I am willing to perform services in exchange for currency. What is your greatest weakness? I require shelter and calories to maintain existence, thus I must perform services in exchange for currency. Why are you interested in working here? This company pays currency in exchange for services performed. Oh, wow. Doesn't work for US people, sorry, but I'm looking for someone to cover my health insurance. I mean, it does work. In certain industries. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Performing comparable services in exchange for more currency. I main Ken in Street Fighter, so you know I'm reliable, but a little weird. Donkeys join. First I had a caribou, now I have donkeys. So the question I have for them is, is there actually any textiles that they, shed off of them? Like wool? Donkey wool? Donkey wool is a thing? It's not a thing. What about the caribou? Would you get milk from the caribou? But no caribou wool. They shed donkey fibers, good for making it dirty. Yeah, the bot's a little bit finicky, sorry. Hi, progenitor. Hello, why are you stressed? I shall install some doors. Ooh, wait a second. You don't know how to build, but I can teach you. I can teach you. I want you to... Or should I say, but I can teach you. Build roof, uninstall structure. Fix broken down things. No, I want no construction. My stomach just said, smoothing, smoothing. Alright, get smoothing. E-Honda's name is an initial, so the dot is appropriate. But I'll have to charge. I can teach you, but I'll have to charge. Listen to your stomach to the tune of Listen to Your Heart. Yeah, now we're smoothing. It'll be a nice entryway. It'll be easier to sweep it clean. Construction botched. Am I going to come to regret this 11-day thunderstorm? I think I might. I dislike smoothing floors and walls because they don't look like constructed walls. Yeah, but it's so much easier to train construction. We got a level 1 builder over here. She is improving the beauty of our base. And eventually I actually want to move up here and make some defenses in this area and base over here in this area, but neither of them know how to build. So we need at least some construction ability before we try to make new base. 8 meat. Mind times 5. At least it's not a very significant moodlet. -3 for mind times 5. You always end up tearing them down and installing full walls and or floors. Well, the good news is what's most important is the skills you gained along the way. Right? It is amazing how much faster things start to go in RimWorld once you have a second colonist. It's drastic. I mean, as long as said second colonist and said first colonist are even, like, they're useful. I don't even know that I want to try and keep our animals. Because I can tempt it. We have no steel. And we have no wood. And I think there's trees out here, but I have no eyesight because it's very dark. Food. Lantray brought me squash. So hungry. I've squashed it with my teeth. You usually just like the slow grind of super early games, so your relaxing campaigns usually start with 5 colonists and a decent enough skill distribution to hit the ground running. That I totally understand. Squash that hunger. Yeah, my stomach is like... Yeah, it is very flexible. The early game grind is my favorite part of RimWorld. Maybe not like the super early part, but kind of the stage that I'm at now, where everybody's falling into a groove and things are getting done. Like, things are starting to happen. The vision is beginning to take shape. I like it. Takes deep. Elf Twitch, enjoy your pee. Have fun. Don't get wrecked by too many puppets while you are peeing. I wish you luck and a pleasurable experience. You're welcome. Your favorite part is when people come and stay in your space hotel. Wait, are you playing with, like, Save Our Ship? And Hospitality? You also like the stabilizing the colony bits. We aren't 2 days from death at any given moment part of the game. A sort of early mid-game, but with one colonist it can take half a year or more to even get there. Yeah, it can. You're scared when a colony finds its stride. Disaster is minutes away. You just do hospitality, not the ship part, but hospitality in space. Research, you say? One time you had so many people you franchised, you had 3 hotel colonies on the surface. That does sound like fun. I kind of do want to try hospitality. I tried it once. And And it was only even like a half try. So like, I do want to give it a proper go. This also improves our construction skills. We're about to hit level 3! The thing that kills your naked brutality runs is a lack of early research. You either put it off or forget too long and get raided by a party of 10 with big guns and you're fighting with bows and scavenge weapons from early raids. Gotta keep your wealth down. Live in a hut? Yeah, so I actually did kind of forget about research a little bit. We even have somebody intellectual. Like, we could make this happen. I want to chop trees. And there were a couple more over here. You used to really neglect military research, especially armor, before you started playing with Combat Extended. You were trained out of that one real fast. I don't think I would enjoy Combat Extended. Like, the thing that I'm enjoying about this is, like, it's so chill. Like, there's stuff to do, and stuff to think about, and stuff to plan for, but I like that. I don't have to stress over combat. Sparrow. A logger named Sparrow has arrived and wants to join the colony. A logger sounds like somebody who either worked with computers and entered data, or somebody who will be good with plants, which I could desperately use. Sparrow. Great memory, industrious, really good plants, they can fight. Wow! Sophian commune. Wow. The three of us are just really not gonna get along. Bonked, Guard Vulcan, and Sparrow. Optimus Prime. This is JSOC's name. Optimist Prime. If only they were actually an optimist. They do have a great memory and they're industrious, so that's really nice. Their skills degrade slower than average, and they work faster. Now we are 3. And I have someone to do other stuff, too. Hooray! Yay, indeed. I have somebody who will hunt. Their skills are not as good as Guard Vulcan, but Guard Vulcan doesn't believe in hunting. Also a builder with a passion for building. Wow! They're also level 3, but the minor passion is going to give them some extra speed on learning, and they'll take care of the plants. We can actually start deleting some of these grow zones because the plants are gone. As in, they've been harvested. That's a berry bush zone. Oh, yeah. We got a lot of these random grow zones. You know, that's probably why I haven't done this before. Okay, but so now, like, we can grow rice. I don't think we have time to grow corn, but we can grow some rice. With the grow speed, or the grow skill, I think we can even grow heal root. You have to have a minimum skill of 8 for that. And I think they do. This one... I feel like I'm missing some stuff that we can usually plant. What am I missing? I don't know. I missed a lot of chat. Hospitality mod sounds very cool. Just been kind of worried to install it since it sounds like it's slightly incompatible with some of the mods you already use. Taking a really long time deciding what mods to get. Well, so you can always just like try them out, like, and just start a colony and you know, do the required research, the science of using those mods, and then you can decide what you like and what you don't. Randy keeps sending wanderers and transport pods. Yeah. Extra colonists are generally military boons wealth-wise, as long as you can keep them happy and give them a bolt-action rifle. Yeah, early game, it's really a fine balance between, you know. Oh yeah, let's pull this up too. Having enough resources, but not too many. And same with colonists. I generally find that my early game strat tends to work alright. It doesn't always. You like combat extended because it eliminates a lot of really immersion-breaking things that have to do with combat, such as point-blank misses, getting shot twice in the torso is not fatal, and the bane of your playthrough, random deaths. It's not inherently harder, but it does put more emphasis on combat than vanilla RimWorld. Yeah, I don't prefer the combat focus. Like, I'm never really that into combat in my colony managers. Yeah, so dealing with the random deaths, that is something that you can address in the storyteller settings. Somewhere. Enemy death on downed. Adjust the extra chance that an enemy will immediately die when downed. This affects the chances to take prisoners and thus colony population growth rates. So like if you turn this down, they are more likely not to die. I think I just changed the storyteller settings. As long as 5 to 10% of your wealth is in defense, you're good. I think the part that I normally struggle with is that I just kind of I fall into like the rhythm, the early game rhythm, and I find that everything's going well. I'm really enjoying the game, and then the storyteller's like, "Hey, did you forget? There are things that happen in this game that will kill you. Are you prepared? Did you prepare any defenses? Because I'm about to send a mag caribou your way. Do you have weapons? Are you still just using a log as a weapon? Because you might want to actually get a real one." And here we are. My point exactly. Here comes the caribou. I need you to block the door. Just stand in the doorway. Oh, wait a second. Bonk, you have powers. Yeah. Shadow strike. Shadow strike the caribou. Shadow striketh. Oh, okay, and we're over here again. Oh, right. I'm gonna kill this thing real quick, and it's gonna upset Scarred Vulcan. It's gonna upset her. Tree felled. Oh no. Innocent animal killed. It was not innocent. Buffalo, thanks for the hydration. You were having a headache trying to think about using cows because it seemed like more fun. And then I was like, what if Randy decides to cold snap and solar flare and all these cows are instantly dead? Yeah, that was kind of what I was just debating myself with setting up a pen, because we have a donkey and, well, the caribou wandered off the map. That might have actually been our pet caribou. I don't think so. Well, now we have a pet donkey, and donkey 1 left the map too. I think I'm just gonna let them all leave the map, to be honest. Because if I pen them, then they become part of colony wealth, and then I have to feed them over the winter. And I don't really want to. Your last colony, you were so focused on building a neat-looking base that at some point, a raid with 10 SMGs and chain shotguns spawned, and your 6 pawns had a bow and a knife. Had bows and a knife. Yeah, that happens to me like all the time. All the time. Okay, we are trying to make a bed. Or something. What are we trying to make? We're hauling a blueprint to a stool. How do their clothes look? They were missing pants? They're both missing pants. So we need 2 pairs of pants. And they are both wearing dusters, a cloth duster and a patch leather duster. Okay, so we all need clothes. The whole lot of us need clothing. That's cool. We also need a better stove. Building nice rooms is very dangerous for wealth scaling. It is. It is. So, what I've decided to do here They want 3 herbal medicine. I have 8. I am basically making a small colony to get us through the winter. And I hope nobody else joins us. Because I'm not going to be able to feed everybody. If we have any extra people join us. We'll just need to feed somebody to everybody. I don't want to do that. No, no, no. Take my medicine. I wonder what they were working on over here. If we get the heal root planted, it'll grow a little bit. A 14-year-old hideaway named Starlight is calling from nearby. She wants to join the colony. If we accept her, we'll be attacked by 2 manhunting guinea pigs. I want to rescue them. I want to, but I can't feed 4 people. 3 is a stretch. 4 is gonna be heckin' difficult. We could eat the manhunting guinea pigs, maybe. That is a very big maybe. Very, very, very big maybe. You were using a poor quality machine pistol. You have a poor revolver. Which one is better at, like, sniping animals? Not this one. Its accuracy at medium to long range is horrible. I'm sure this is no better. Yeah, the revolver's better. I think. I didn't look that closely. Drop. Drop. Equip. Equip. Let's get a bed made for Optimus Prime. You had a husky in one playthrough that was bugged and spawned 150 puppies all at once. You had to slaughter a big chunk of them since there was no way to feed 150 dogs. Oh no. That makes me sad. Oh, wow, we made a normal quality bed. We're up to level 3 construction. Okay, so steel door, and I want to build a wall. A limestone wall. Like this. I think. Yes. Yeah, whatever. You'll be upset if mining occurs. You're gonna be upset no matter what. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, that's a lot of puppies to get. That's a bad bug. I mean, I guess it's good. I guess it's good. But it makes me sad. I wouldn't want to kill all the puppies. Caribou revenge. 10% chance of caribou revenge, and it happened. Hi, Stephanated. Hello, hello. You wanted to raid me, but Twitch won't let you raid. Like at all. It won't let you raid at all? That's weird. Oh, you're totally gonna shoot Bonked? It says it fails to raid. That's definitely weird. Well, thank you for the thoughts. I hope your stream went well. Hey, just a couple broken bones. Everything's fine. Well, I hope it doesn't happen to me. Or maybe it will. And we'll just fall into the abyss. Summer's over and it's fall. We're gonna need pants ASAP. And also warm clothing ASAP. What was I just trying to do? People also seem to have issues loading the stream sometimes. No, I don't think it's you, Stephanated. Sometimes Twitch just kind of breaks a little bit. Or a lot of it. What are these all? Slate blocks? Okay. I'm sorry that happened though. Hopefully it starts to behave in the future. Up to construction skill too. Okay. So we're gonna need a lot more food. And the reason why I really want to build the stove, apart from it just being, I think, a bit more efficient, is now we can cook fine meals. Do until we have, let's say, 10 fine meals. And then I'm going to make, let's say 12, because it cooks in batches of 4. Do until we have 12. And then we can take this bill off. So now we just need wood. Which is just really gonna upset Scarred Vulcan. Listen, we gotta do what we gotta do to survive. As long as we don't cut down the anima tree. Tavern Party Remix time. Everything's gonna be okay, but we have to finish the song first, and then we can listen to the Tavern Party remix. The bitrate's a bit higher at the start. So bitrate fluctuates a lot. As long as it's not like fluctuating into the negative, you know, as in you're dropping frames, it's usually okay. It happens. And yeah, that's true. There is the ingest server test. I don't have the link on hand. We've got fine meals, chat. Finish this room, silly head. Harvesting heal root. Okay, that's what's happening. That's what they're doing. They're going around harvesting all these random patches of things that I made. And then not hauling anything back. Yeah, I have a lot of these. They're all over the place. Little grow zone pockets. Oh, Sneezy Cat is on Celentre's desk eating Celentre's food. Celentre, the cat's on your desk! Celentre! Celentre! The cat's on your desk! We've got the noms. We just need to make sure that we have enough noms for winter. Optimus Prime is in a daze, I think because Oh, they used a drug. Well, what'd you do that for? Love to see me back in RimWorld. I've been playing a lot of RimWorld lately, partially because there hasn't really been a game recently that I'm feeling particularly excited about. So I've kind of just fallen back into my normal RimWorld patterns. Okay, so we should clean this now. Thank you, Alistair. Oh my goodness. I forgot about Tavern remixes. The Cyberpunk expansion is today. How exciting! There's so much to haul. So I'm trying to force these bedrooms to be completed. That way we'll stop getting debuffs and things. For disturbed sleep and awful barracks and whatnot. Tavern party! Yeah, this is going much faster now. You're gonna work through that, and some snacks, and lurk, and then bedtime. Thanks for stopping in, Stephanated. I'm sorry that you had so many issues with your stream today, and I hope you managed to resolve them soon. And sleep well. Also have good snacks. I'm eating a snack too. I was gonna work out after the stream, but I feel like I probably need to eat more before I do that. He's mining on beat. Oh, it's a little bit faster now. He's mining mostly on beat. I guess we should... No, we should keep the steel inside, huh? Alright, sweet. So we've got bedrooms. We have got bedrooms. Well, a bedroom. We have got a bedroom. And more things to smooth. Let's see. So, Scar Vulcan. If I mark these things as whole urgently, she should take care of them. They should eventually be moved. Sweet. Now you have a bedroom. Ugly environment. Awful barracks. Expires in 7 hours. But you have your own bedroom now. Clean this room. It's super dirty. This is all the rock rubble from mining, and so we're straightening it up. Now, on the topic of RimWorld things and like basically mass being created and destroyed that didn't exist or that ceases to exist, it's the same with cleaning. Like, where does all the dirt go? Dancy rave time. Dancy, dancy rave time. The Dapper Party remix is really, really good. Bog did an excellent job of it. You assume they take the dirt out and feed it to the crops. If only they did. If only it were so simple. I don't actually believe they do. They just sweep it into their imaginary dustbin, which then ceases to exist. Okay, so yeah, these are going to spoil. They're frozen, and they are. Whoa. Whoa. It's like a laser light show in RimWorld. Not just in chat. Oh my. So all my berries, they're fresh and they're frozen and they won't spoil, except they're being rained on, so they're deteriorating very quickly. And like, same with our cloth, man. Yeah, save the berries! Save the berries! Go save those berries too! Okay, yeah, this is something... That's something to behold, basically. I enabled the mod to show colored lines for like recalculation of pathing. And this is why we now have a laser light show. I don't know what they're doing with blood and stuff. It's just ceasing to exist. The lasers! Yeah, I'm actually not sure what all this is. There's nothing here? Yeah, I think it's them trying to, like, pick up the blocks and put them down and then bring them over here instead? I'm not sure. A transport pod crash. Stop it. Lawman bleeding out in 6 hours. A death knight. A harbinger of doom? And a representative of the ever approaching inevitability of death and decay. Yeah, Lawman, that is so. I hate to say it, my friend. I'm not gonna rescue them. I mean, you know me, chat. You know I want to rescue them, but I can't. We just don't have. First, we don't have anywhere to put them. Second, I don't think we're gonna be able to feed them. Third, I have other things to work on. It is fall. We have very few days left until winter. And so what I'm trying to make here, obviously, is a small room. But I want this to be for food storage. Because the food in here is going to go bad. Ants! It is going to go bad. And so while right now the temperatures are not great for keeping things cold, it should at least help with keeping things refrigerated. Where is the build a roof button? There it is. Build roof. Tragedy, but it's the rim. Yeah, I know Randy's just trying to send people to me. He's trying to be helpful. It's not very helpful. Cancelled. Building slate wall. We are getting there, at least. I might replace these other bits with limestone blocks. As in these three. Don't even know if we can grow rice at this point. Okay, how does Bonked feel about their room? Awful bedroom. It is awful. But we ate a fine meal. Mages are present. We're soaking wet. There should only be forced rain for... yeah, like another 4 days. 3.5. Let's call it 3.5 days. Recreation deprived. Also my fault. We're hunting some caribou. I don't know that we should do that right now, actually. I don't have anywhere to store the food. I would rather you not relax socially, but chop down trees. Because it's super cold inside. It is 38 Fahrenheit in this room. So we're just warming it up a little bit. Plus, turning on the lights. These small little rooms are actually heated due to the torch lamps. So they are a comfortable temperature. I can almost give them these bedrooms. Berries. Harvesting wild heel root. How much heel root do we have? We have 5. And that's it. We made 1 pair of pants. Or did we make 2? Pants and no pants. Need to make patch leather. Is making 1 patch leather making 50? So if I say make 2 patch leather, are we making 100 patch leather? Yes. Yes, we are. It's an order of 1 for times 50 patch leather. We have too much food. It's going to go bad. It's going to spoil in a few days. So I would like to put it somewhere where it will stay cool. And that is going to be this room. But I also want to get bedrooms done. Like, there's a lot to do. There's a lot of things on the list. Nice. They're just going around and doing all the dumb labor, as it were. I only have 2 pieces of butternut squash left. Why are they so good? Why is butternut squash so good? Okay, we're gonna put Optimus Prime in this room. Down here, this was gonna be for Scarred Vulcan. You know what? I'm gonna do the opposite. I'm gonna put Scarred Vulcan in here. Because they're going to be upset about things. Like all the trees we're cutting down, and all the things we're mining, and all the animals that we're killing. And Bonk needs some recreation, so I can't even force them to do something besides sit here at this fire. Recreation unfulfilled. Sweet. Okay. There. We just blinked outside. So, we're no longer magic deprived as well. We're not recreation deprived, or magic deprived, or food deprived, or sleep deprived. Whew. This doggo, chat. Why did she do this to me? My poor heart. Bark! It's not just bork, you gotta add all the emphasis. Arr! Wolf deprived. We are not wolf deprived. Doggo has no concept of streamer streaming. Aha! It is done. There's a table in here too, but we're gonna say this is preferred for fresh food of all types. And also plant matter. Plant matter. Plants matter. So it's a higher stockpile priority than this one. This one's normal, this one is now preferred, so they should begin moving food over here. And out here, it's 35 Fahrenheit, so that's slightly above freezing, whereas in here, it's 60 Fahrenheit. Could go bad. Now it's freezing! Yes, frozen! We have a refrigerator for 1 season. Doggo says, "Bork!" She does, yeah. Thank you for the wrist stretch. It is most definitely needed. Oh, and also... animal corpses. We could put the butcher table in here as well. But now let's hunt. I will finish that wrist stretch. Guess who didn't take a single break today? This streamer right here. Oh no, wait a second. Optimus Prime has a carcinoma, major in remission. In their shoulder. Without treatment, the carcinoma will grow over time, worsening symptoms and eventually killing the patient. A skilled doctor can excise the carcinoma. An unskilled doctor may be able to simply amputate the body part. Did we shoot that caribou and then just give up on it? Yes, we did. But they're optimistic about it. Yeah, I think we might want to try and remove it. Bonked isn't okay, doctor, right? 6? Roof collapse? Things that were crushed. Campfire. How? Oh yeah, right over the campfire. It's almost as if the campfire is being vented. We've got marble blocks. Now the mining goes faster. I don't know why they insist on not building a light. They're still frozen! I want to get some caribou hunted and put in the freezer for winter. It's crunch time. It's crunch time, chat. It's crunch time. We don't have a lot of time left. Not a lot of food. Oh, this was planned. This was totally planned. Yeah, I put a table in here, so that way they could, you know, pick up a meal and eat it at a table. Calculated. Hashtag calculated. This caribou will die in 6 hours. So, one more shot and... maybe? Oh! Not good enough. Okay, keep running! Run! So it's in remission. I don't know what the implication is for a RimWorld colonist. Like, is it just something we're gonna have to continue treating until we remove it? Now who's the persistent hunter? These things are tanky. They're so tanky. We've done it. Good job. Anastasia Botates, not Potates, but Botates, High Stellarch of Gayston, is requesting a favor. Her friend Trolloskow is interested in learning about other cultures, and she wants you to host him at Big Mountain River Tunnel for 12 days. They are suffering from paralytic aphasia and must be kept in bed. Bailey. You have Bailey join us? Who's Bailey? Why would we want Bailey to join us? How does Bailey fit into this picture? Learning about cultures while having paralytic aphasia. Yeah. They're silly like that. It's like when they send their favorite pet, saying like they want their favorite pet to experience life, but they have paralytic aphasia and they can't move. Fix the roof. Okay, everything is back indoors. And we have a pretty pillar. It's a marble wall. So there's a spot of beauty in this otherwise ugly, dirty base. I hope we'll have enough food. I should move the butcher table. At least over there. And make patch leather ×2. I know we made patch loader times 1. I don't know where it went. Unless we made pants. We made pants. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Somebody's got pants. Patch loader pants. Perfect. So now we just need 3 parkas. Which are 180 fabric. Which means we probably want to go hunt some more caribou. Only a little bit more mining left here. I'm gonna remove the plants because it is hard to see past them. I'm pretty excited to play the other colony now. So see, like I got the early game craving out of my system. And so now we can go play our other colony again. Ooh, you know what's kind of cool about this design is we could hide things in the walls. This is where we could hide our drugs. In the walls, if we made drugs. How did we only get 29 plain leather out of this? I feel like that's very little. This is where I keep my drugs if I had any. Yep. Dig out a hole in the wall. Set a stockpile. Put the things in the hole in the wall, and then fill it back in. They'll never know what hit them. And there's the last bedroom. It just still needs to be built, but we're getting there. We're getting there. This is pretty much all deaded. I'm gonna clear that one. This is all deaded. Clear that. This is deaded. Timberwolf is hunting Optimus Prime. Where is it? It's here somewhere. It's right there. I need to run you this way a bit. Probably bring Bonked out this way. This thing is faster than Optimus Prime. Okay, we got a shot into it. Keep running! Actually, that was enough to slow it down. Now its move speed, I think, is slightly below Optimus Prime. We got a shot in the paw. Movement speed dropped down to 75%. Okay, Bonked is almost here to help. We'll keep running just a little bit, and then from here, we're gonna Shadow Strike. Yeah, got him. Teamwork! And now there's more fur for patch leather! And we don't have to worry about the predator on the map anymore. I didn't say anything, but I was thinking about it. And the other caribou left the map as well. By the way, I don't think this is enough food. So I am going to select all berry bushes, 120 of them, and harvest fully grown. These... Can you harvest from these? They look like they're dead. They say ready to harvest. I feel like these bullets are moving really slowly. You hope if you lose your arm, it's the one with cancer. That would be helpful. That would save us the trouble of the surgery, wouldn't it? Okay, round 2, here we go. Caribou faster. Oh no. Movement speed 71%. I feel like we've been here before. I feel like we've done this before. My base looks like a 90-degree turn cap from far away. I think it kind of looks like that thing from Star Wars, especially on the minimap. The one that's like got super long legs and the head, you know, and like some sort of land rover. I actually have no idea what it is. I think it just looks like that in the minimap. The walkers. Yes? I feel like we've done this before. The reset after the 5 seconds wears off is really unsettling. Yeah, I'm gonna put all my points in stamina and magic recovery. Why are we getting so little wolf skin? Or just like so few resources when I'm butchering? Is it the penalty? It's the penalty for being outdoors, isn't it? I'm not positive about that, but I think it might be the penalty for being outdoors. Boop. Science, 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 science. Boop. 30. Why is it so little? She's a good cook. Is it because of her ideology? We're not slaughtering animals, we're hunting them. Hi again, Mr. Puppy. You assume we know about the next BG3 patch tomorrow. With the appearance of the changing mirror? Oh, the changing mirror. So we get, wardrobes. Yeah, can we collect berries from these? You sure can. I think it's mainly butchery efficiency, which is cooking skill. Yeah, she has a 10 in cooking, and that's what I don't really understand. She's a 10. And like, if you look at her info... Social, miscellaneous work. Under... Butchery efficiency, 100%. The amount of meat produced. 100% final value. I assume that's also leathers and things produced. Shouldn't it be more leather than that? New eyeliner every day of the week. It's fun having new eyeliners. All the colors. They patched it a while ago to be less productive, but it's like super unproductive. Like getting 27 leather off a whole caribou.